Good morning, Mayor Robinson. We are good to go.
Well, thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. And welcome to the West Grey Council meeting of April 5th, 2022. On item number 1, I'm calling the meeting to order. We have all members of council present. There is a quorum for this particular meeting. And I could tell you that our members of council are situated here in person in the West Grey Council chamber. And I want to say it's wonderful to see each and every one of you back in person. We have our staff also in person, and Madam CAO, good to see you. Clerk Sharback, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer Hewlett, Communications Coordinator Ferguson, and our Executive Administrative Assistant Tanya Patterson, pardon me for that. And I do also want to say that we have one member of council joining us here in person, as well citizens are joining us virtually. So I have to tell you, I'm very excited that we're all here gathered. So with that, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, could you please explain the electronic features for those citizens listening in?
Good morning, and absolutely. Before I begin, if at any point you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 891-5626-2480. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on various features of this Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, and I will attempt to assist you. For members of the public, it should be noted that this meeting is being held across 2 locations, both on live streamed on YouTube as well as on Zoom. Public participation, if any, must be done through the Zoom meeting platform at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We are on item number 2, which is a moment of reflection. If you'd be so kind, please take a pause at this time. Thank you. Item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to item number 4, delegations presentations. For this particular agenda, that is an NA. Item number 5, public meetings. For this agenda, that is an NA. We are now on to item number 6, comment period. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, comments may be made to council with respect to a specific agenda item. A maximum of 2 minutes per person is allotted for comments, with a maximum of 10 minutes in total for the comment period. So at this time, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, could you please assist in determining if there's anyone that wishes to speak, as well as could you identify if there's any communications that have been submitted for this section?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Robinson. As noted at the opening of the meeting, public participation must be done through the Zoom meeting platform and cannot be done through YouTube at this time. For members of the public wishing to speak during this portion of the meeting, they may do so in a variety of ways. The first being, if you have joined us via phone line, you can press *9 to raise your hand, and that will let us know you would like to speak. Alternatively, if your hand has been raised in error, you can press *9 again to lower your hand. The second option, for members who have joined us using the online meeting platform, you can either send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, either stating that you would like to speak or what you would like read into the record on your behalf. Or alternatively, you can raise your hand, typically located in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, by either a blue or yellow hand icon. I will note, Mayor Robinson, that we do have one member of the public who would like to speak on Zoom, as well as I received 5 pieces of correspondence previous to the meeting.
Well, thank you. Let's proceed with the member of the public that is online. Thank you.
Thank you. The member of the public online is Bev Falco. If you could unmute your mic, you are good to go.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. Good to see you all back.
Thank you.
I would like to speak about the motion being presented by Councillor Hutchinson regarding the police costing, which is currently in progress. I'm going to start just by saying that this is all becoming very difficult to watch. I would like to point out one thing. This dilemma that we find ourselves in has nothing to do with the West Grey officers. It has nothing to do with council. It has nothing to do with residents with differing opinions. It is not up to the residents to save the West Grey Police. The onus was on the police chief, together with the West Grey Police Services Board, to prepare a fiscally responsible, reasonable, and reduced budget, and they chose not to. For that reason, this costing must proceed. Halting the police costing and leaving it for the next council is not acceptable and amounts to neglecting your obligation to taxpayers. I want to personally thank the 4 councillors who are actually representing taxpayers with their strength of conviction and their courage to accept the disgusting behavior they have had to endure. These 4 councillors have my vote this fall. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you very much, Bev Falco. Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, is there anyone else online that wishes to speak?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, it looks as though we have a phone line who would like to speak.
Please go ahead.
To the individual who has joined us via phone line, I believe your mic is live now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, this is Marianne Ratcliffe here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Marianne, good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to make comments on council proceedings. I wish to comment on the meeting of March 15th. The minutes are 8.2 in this agenda and on today's agenda in general. I stayed with you to the bitter end on March 15th meeting, and I mean bitter. I was very upset by the level of antagonism and hostility I was picking up from members of council in the discussions relating to the West Grey Police Services. And this hostility could be sensed throughout the meeting, leading into other matters under discussion. I see that there are more matters relating to police services on the agenda today. Items 7.4, 9.1 through 9.9, 10.2.10, and 14.1. And it is my request that all members of council dial it back, work to de-escalate this emotional dissension. There is an obvious polarization in council over the matter, and the sort of behavior I heard from both sides doesn't help anyone. Information gathering and education should never be presented as, even indirectly, as an attack on anything. The notice of motion 14.1 speaks to those who fear of losing our police services, but not what of those who fear to speak publicly in fear to speak publicly in favor of OPP costing. You have a responsibility to the residents of West Grey to prevent this issue from getting out of control. I don't know how this is going to play out, but whatever the final vote is, I certainly hope that permanent damage has not been done and that every member of council will work to ensure that the final decision is presented with unity and managed with the intent of success. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Marianne Radcliffe. Again, Corporate Initiatives Officer Hewlett, is there anyone else online that wishes to speak?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, just taking a quick review of the dashboard. I believe that concludes the individuals who are online and wishing to speak.
Thank you. I wonder if you take the time now to read the submitted comments.
Yes, absolutely. And just a note for the record, these are being read as written. This is written by Greg and Vicky Mannion. Dear Clerk, please have these comments added to the agenda for the next municipal council meeting. We strongly support the West Grey Police Service and have been quite disappointed to feel that our emails have fallen on deaf ears. Signing the petition was assumed we did not understand what we were signing, and posting a sign on our lawn have been ignored. This has been construed as being done without knowing what we are doing. We are tax-paying, voting adults fully aware of our actions and how we conduct them. This whole process of obtaining the OPP costing is an absurd waste of money and time. 4,616 votes were cast in the last municipal election in West Grey, and yet 3,000 signatures on a petition are being questioned. Sounds like a strong majority to us. We remain strong supporters of the West Grey Police Service and are strongly against pursuing the OPP costing. Regards, Greg and Vicky Mighton. Sorry, Greg and Vicky Mighton, not Mannion.
Thank you, Greg and Vicky Mighton. And again, please continue.
This is written as Diane Jones. There is a major expansion in West Grey with housing developments which are requiring more infrastructure for water and sewer treatment. Engineering reports state that current capacity is at a maximum and the necessary repairs and expansion are overdue, demanding input of some $34 million not previously targeted or planned. The West Grey Police Services submit an escalating budget request annually, now also requiring a significant building project that can only be met by a 30-year mortgage. Unlike most rural communities, West Grey maintains its own police force for only 13,000 people. Pride or naivety? But what have some other rural communities found that maintaining independent police services are unrealistic in today's economy? Free costing options for joining neighboring police services, targeting high-level services while reducing costly duplication are being offered and should be considered. A local petition has been circulated which plays on emotional attachments to the old ways and loyalty to individual small geographic communities. The petition leads with a narrow statement and targets councillors who are objectively exercising due diligence and seeking other police costing options. They are fulfilling their elected mandate and should not be disrespected for their good management. We have reviewed the signatures on the petition and are dismayed by obvious repeat signatures, imaginatory names, and non-constituent addresses. This petition, although efforts based by some individuals, should not be considered as the voice of all West Grey people. Let good governance prevail, and please let us not be ruled by emotion. Respectfully, Diane Jones and Randy Martin.
Thank you, Diane Jones and Randy Martin.
This is written by Victoria Gowans. Dear Clerk of West Grey, I am writing you today to express my support for the West Grey Police Services. Both myself and my husband both signed the petition in support of the West Grey Police Service to show our disapproval and disappointment with Council's decision to move ahead with an OPP costing and subsequent plan to hire an independent consultant to review the costing. Having been in attendance at both council meetings in which the topics of OPP costing was brought forward, the subsequent meeting in which the issues of independent consultants review the costing, there was never, in my opinion, any valid reason for embarking on this path put forward by any of the councillors who supported this initiative. It has come to my attention that council has now decided to 3,000 signatures collected by the petition have been ignored, and certain council members have questioned the bureaucracy of the petition and apparently local residents' ability to understand and right to question their decision to pursue an OPP costing. We have, as a family, written to all councillors twice with our support of the West Grey Police Services and our opposition to this whole exercise. I request that you, as the Clerk of West Grey, make note on the agenda and minutes of the next council meeting of my opposition to the costing and the petition and any attempt to replace the West Grey Police Services with OPP. Sincerely, Victoria Gowans, resident of West Grey.
Thank you, Victoria Gowans. Would that complete all the submitted correspondence?
No, I have two more pieces of correspondence.
And how are we for the 10-minute time frame? Clerk, we're good? Please continue. Oh, Clerk Sharback?
Yes, they are fairly brief.
Thank you very much, Clerk Sharback, and please continue.
This is written as Julie Holland. Good morning. I can't attend the council meeting tomorrow, but I would like my correspondence to be included in the council meeting. I would like to express my support for the motion put forth by Councillor Hutchinson to pause the OPP costing. Council has continuously made decisions that make no sense to me and to a lot of others that I have spoken with. They have continued to ignore overwhelming amounts of support for the West Grey Police Services. I have many people who have emailed and signed petitions, but none of that feedback seems to have been received. As the election approaches, it only makes sense to pause the costing. Julie Holland.
Thank you, Julie Holland.
This last piece of correspondence is written by Jana Mighton White. Please accept my comments in regards to the agenda item 14.1, the motion to halt the police costing. The petition that was presented to council last month contained over 3,000 signatures. There was an argument from some councillors that the petition contained duplicate signatures. I would argue that even if there were very few. So few that would make barely an impact to the overall numbers. The same councillor argued that some petitions were from out of town and therefore affected the validity of the petition. I would like to point out that there are many reasons that one might have an address that does not say West Grey, but would still have an interest in maintaining the current level of the service with the West Grey Police. There are businesses, farms, and cottage owners who do not live in West Grey, but who want their community to remain as safe as possible. There are family members of elderly or vulnerable citizens who live in West Grey that want their community to be proactively policed. There are taxpayers in West Grey whose actual addresses is not identified as West Grey, and there are people from other communities who have recently lived through losing their municipal police and do not want to see another community suffer the same fate. I look forward to further comments from council and an acknowledgement of the weight that this petition holds. Any way you look at it, with over 3,000 signatures, the petition represents many community members who are not interested in an OPP costing. They have expressed this in emails, with lawn signs, and in signing this petition. These elected officials cannot continue to ignore the community feedback for a number of reasons. I believe that council needs to halt this venture to gather costings from the various police services. Jana Mighton White.
Thank you, Jana Mighton White. So that would complete the submitted response or comments.
Yes.
Thank you. And we've had online participation and submitted comments. Just checking in the audience if there's any comments. Thank you. We're now moving on to item number 7, unfinished business. First one is 7.1, notice of motion, signs on private property. Now this is moved by Councillor Hamilton. I wonder if you would like to read your motion. Please continue then.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Whereas community members have raised concerns regarding signs on private properties that contain or imply profanity, whereas these signs do not violate West Grey property standards, whereas these signs are visible to the public in neighborhoods and downtown main streets, whereas Ontario municipalities may regulate profanity as exemplified in bylaws for public parks, signs, or nuisances, whereas the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects freedom of expression. Therefore, be it resolved that staff report back to council with information regarding regulating public-facing profanity on private properties.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there any comments with respect to this motion? Beginning with Councillor Hamilton, please.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And as council will recall, we have received correspondence from a community member concerned about signs that are visible out in our community. I've also had a phone call. I know of citizens who've come and spoken to staff as well here at the office. You know, we pride ourselves in building a welcoming and tolerant community, a community that we want to attract people to our community, and we want people to stay in our community. Some of the implied words are violent and are offensive. We have children going to school. We have people passing through our community. It's just completely unacceptable. And at this time, as a municipality, we have no tools to help us assist with this concern. And so this is a staff report asking for more information from staff. What are some tools and options to assist with this concern from our community members? And so I hope I have council support in seeking this staff report for more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments with respect to the motion at hand? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yes, earlier on when there was a lot going on in our provincial capital, I raised the same question about the some of the signs and some of the things that were going on in our community. And I did speak to our CEO, and I think she referred to our police department. I guess it becomes a bit of a fine line when you talk about regulating what goes on in private property, right? So that's the issue. I have no problem if we go forward. Maybe I would like to have our CEO speak to it to see whether it's something that needs a lot of time to go into it because I think we're a little bit, our hands are a little bit tied, but I'll refer to our CEO.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam CAO. Could you please respond to the inquiry?
There we go. Good morning, Council. It's nice to see you back. And through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hutchinson, you're correct that we don't have a lot of tools to deal with something like this. Happy to bring back a report. Not even quite sure where we would begin to investigate. I know I've had conversations with our clerk and our CBO who is in charge of our bylaw enforcement. So we've put some thought to this, but the best thing for us at this point is to just report back.
Anything further? No. Any other member of council wish to speak? All right. Everyone knows the motion at hand, which has just been read. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. All members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. We're moving on to item number 7.2, notice of motion, lobbyist registry. Moved by Councillor Hamilton. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Whereas Section 223.11 of the Ontario Municipal Act provides municipalities with the option to create a lobbyist registry, whereas a lobbyist registry is an accessible record of persons who lobby public office holders outside of public forums, whereas a lobbyist registry would provide more transparency regarding individuals who stand to benefit financially from communicating with council and municipal staff outside of regular public processes. Therefore, be it resolved that council hereby directs staff to provide a report and recommendation to council on establishing a lobbyist registry for the municipality of West Grey.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Any comments with respect to this motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I really understand what this is all about. I know we get emails from a company that would gladly run a lobbyist registry for $10,000 a year for our municipality. But I'm not sure if there's a need or is there, I like staff to comment on this because I really don't understand. Are we just making a list of people who might talk to council? I don't really get it. So I'd like to hear staff's opinion on what, and maybe they have some experience with lobbyist registries from the past.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, Clerk Scharbeck, to respond to the inquiry, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. That's a good question, Councillor Hutchinson. There's a lot that goes into a lobbyist registrar. It's not quite just a list. Part of the Act, actually this section noted, is about a registrar to manage the registry, which larger places that have a registry, noted earlier in the Act, have a registrar full-time. And so how that fits to our size, I guess would, there's a lot of pieces to it. I would have to report back, but it is, I guess, basically it is a list of those who would like to lobby council. So that's make any request on any decisions before council or try to sway council's opinion. It just lets the public know who's contacting council. It's not about who's contacting individual councillors. And it is up to that group or that company to, or that union to register with the registrar. So it is a requirement in the City of Toronto Act. It's an option in the Municipal Act for the rest of us. At this point in time, it's not a tool for transparency that's widely used in small municipalities, but I could certainly investigate more for a report back.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, it just seems like it might be a fair bit of staff time and paperwork for something that maybe isn't a big issue in our area. I don't know. I couldn't say off the top of my head how many groups might approach council about something, you know. I really don't know. So I guess if staff wants to give us a report, I guess that's fine. It just looks like it might be another job for staff. That's what it looks like to me. But anyways, thanks.
Councillor Townsend, then Councillor Hergert.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I did receive a solicitation on the registry product as well as referenced by Councillor Hutchinson. I spoke to the CAO about it, and it was quick to say there's very few, if any, in a given year that ever come to us formally as a lobbyist. Most of it comes from residents. They're sort of wanting to support one way or another, or they've got a business they want to be considered, and they do that through the normal process anyway, when the requests for proposals and bidding and et cetera come in. So, you know, I won't support this because I think it does add work, and I don't think there's enough activity based on feedback already provided within the municipality to make it worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. This is a profession. Lobbying is a real profession that actually people take up the cause to lobby politicians. So just as you've said that you've received an email about, here's some software. That's a lobbying mechanism right there. So I think it's alive and well in West Grey, but also maybe there's some solutions through eScribe or eSolutions that we already have a software package to enable, but I'll look forward to the staff recommendation about what we can do. Thank you.
Any other comments from members of council? Councillor Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Through you to Clerk Scharbeck, I just, if I could ask Clerk Scharbeck, how much time would it take for your office to actually prepare a report? Because it sounds like it's pretty extensive for that. And you did make a suggestion that it would require, if it was ever to come through, that it would require another full-time staff as well. So just want confirmation on that, please.
Clerk Scharbeck.
Through Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I'm not sure how much time would go into preparing a report. It's hard to say. I would want to bring forward fulsome and correct information for council to make a decision. But yes, everybody with a registry has a registrar. So the software that was advertised, I wouldn't ask them to register as a lobbyist. They're just advertising the product, right? The same as paper products or photocopiers. However, their product, the registry is not the issue. It's the registrar to manage the issue. That doesn't come with that software package. So I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, I don't have an estimate of time. It will require a little bit of background work for sure.
Yes, please, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so that's fine. I think your office is a little bit full this year. It is an election year, so I think you have more than enough on your platter. I think the way that we currently have, and we just experienced that this morning in our comment period, where people actually have the ability to communicate with us through both the comment period. We've all received various emails over the years, so I think there's the tool is already there, and for that reason, and the unknown of how much work's involved with the clerk's office, and the fact that there would be a full-time registrar, I cannot support this. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Council, for the discussion and the questions. I do think it's worthy of a staff report, and there would be urgency behind this report. I recognize the staff would fit this into their workload appropriately, but I do think it's we have a lot of questions that we don't have the answers to, and I am seeing increasing lobbying in our community, in particular as we experience more growth and development. And I think it's important that we have this opportunity that we could increase transparency and accountability. And municipalities can certainly tailor a lobbyist registry to fit their needs and resources. And just to be clear, I was not prompted by the email soliciting us to, I don't know, hire a website to do this. That's not where this is coming from at all. And I'll just give a few examples. So for example, in Brampton, because every municipality defines lobbying for themselves, the Act does not define it. So in Brampton, lobbying is defined as when an individual who represents a business or financial interest communicates with a public office holder with the intent to influence a decision on governmental matters outside of normal processes. So here in council, where everything's public in this council meeting, we had comment period, that's not outside of public process, right? Phone calls, emails, meetings would be. A public office holder includes members of council and also includes staff. And so some further examples of lobbying, depending on how you would define lobbying, every municipality defines it differently. Here's an example. A vendor invites staff or council members to a learning session where the vendor promotes their software solution over a solution currently being used at the city. A developer bypasses the regular development process application and seeks approval from the director to expedite a development application. A local business owner meets with a council member to request a potential change to a licensing bylaw. A developer meets with council members and manager of economic development to discuss the benefits of building a business. A local business meets with a council member to request funding for a grant or a project. Those are just some examples outside of this community, but there's a lot of flexibility in the lobbyist registry to right size it to your municipality to make it a good fit. But that's all information that would come back from a staff report. And I wouldn't call this a priority report, but I do think it would be one that we could get in the queue and would come back to council. So thank you. Thank you, council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. Anybody else wish to speak? So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. The motion lost 4-3. We're now moving on to item 7.3. Notice of motion, affordable housing. This is moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Would you care to read your motion?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Whereas affordable housing is important to the West Grey community. Now, be it resolved, the West Grey Council invites Grey County staff to present the Grey County Affordable Housing Plan at an upcoming West Grey Council meeting. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton? Any comments? Councillor Hergert?
I'd like to move a motion now, therefore. I also think that this may be somewhat repetitive. We do have a great working relationship with Grey County. If and when they've had updates, they do typically come down and give a delegation or presentation about what our municipal role is. So I look forward to hearing the updates since it's been COVID and so on, that we have an update about the housing plan at Grey County and the lower tier responsibilities or supplementals that could happen.
Councillor Hergert, I'm not clear on what you had just said. I wonder if you could clarify.
Now, therefore, be it resolved. Now for is minor typo.
Clerk Sharpak, is that appropriate at this time, or because it is the Deputy Mayor's motion? So please comment.
Through Mayor Robinson, I think it's just a typo on the agenda.
Okay.
So we can just tidy that up for the minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Councillor Hergert. Any other comments? Councillor Shea.
Sorry, I did see the Deputy Mayor's hand up and he is the mover. Okay, thank you. So I had just had.
I called you to please go ahead.
Yes, I am. I just wanted a question to the mover. I believe you're on the Grey County Housing Committee, aren't you? Affordable Housing Committee? Oh, you're not? I wondered if you had any background information. Is there a new plan available? Is there a reason that you're bringing this forward at this time? I'm eager to see the presentation, but I was just looking for a little bit more background.
Thank you for your.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Robinson. Thank you for the question, Councillor Shea. Yeah, Grey County recently, what we've done is we've passed 1% per annum on the budget to go towards affordable housing. There is some new initiatives rolling out, and that actually this year, I believe it represents around $600,000. One of the reasons I want this presentation to come forward is so any of our developers within the community will have a better idea of what it is they can do when they want to approach Grey County for any affordable housing initiatives that would be out there. So it's just more of a public awareness and obviously to inform council on the new initiatives that are coming forward. Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Shea? No. Any other questions, members of council? Seeing none, I'm calling the vote. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. All those opposed, the motion is carried. We're now moving on to 7.4, notice of motion, council virtual workshop. It's moved by Councillor Townsend. Would you care to read your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas West Grey Council has approved moving forward to receive an OPP costing for police services in West Grey, and whereas West Grey Council has approved to request Samoa and Sound to provide a quote for police services in West Grey, and whereas in preparation of receipt of one or both of aforementioned costing and or quote, it would be beneficial for West Grey Council to fully understand Council's role, responsibilities, and opportunities regarding the provision of policing services. Therefore, West Grey Council directs staff to prepare a virtual workshop as an open session of council so members of the community can view the workshop that provides the necessary information and opportunity for West Grey Council to fully understand council's role, responsibilities, and opportunities regarding the provision of policing services.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea. Any comments? I would ask for a recorded vote, Madam Clerk, and I'll go to Councillor Hutchinson, please.
I'm not sure how this is any different than, we've already asked for a meeting with the police board. So how is this different, which would be a public meeting, I understand. How is this different than what we've already asked for?
Councillor Townsend.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. We've made numerous attempts to set up a meeting with the Police Services Board, all that have not materialized into a meeting, number one. Number two is the understanding of what that role is, what the possibilities are. Obviously, by watching Police Service Board meetings and responses that have come from either the chief or board members, tells us they view our role different than what I read, what I'm told when I talk to other people. And so I would like it to be formal so we do understand exactly what our role is. In fact, if you look at one of the correspondence pieces we received from Stephanie Crilly, who I do know and work with on Homecoming, very well versed, very understanding of what that role is. There's one example of where it's different again from what council has been told or the sharing of information. So I want it to be clear, I want it to be concise, and I want it to be aware throughout the community of what that role is. And what we're not getting is the opportunity to exercise some of the opportunities that have been identified. And I think once it's clear what those opportunities and responsibilities are, then we should be able to go ahead. And that's even true from the Act. If you look at the Act, it says when you're doing a strategic plan or business plan, who you should consult with. That hasn't happened either. So anyway, that's the whole reason for doing it. And I think it would be very advantageous, not just for us, but for the public to hear, which is why I asked for it to be public. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I refer to the chair of the police board, because I think there is a meeting in the works, which my understanding would be that we would clarify some of these things that are put forward here, given that council only has so much direction that we can give to the police board. So maybe if the chair would like to speak about the meeting that I believe is in the works to be set up.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I will be speaking as chair of the West Grey Police Services Board. Council had invited through resolution the West Grey Police Services Board to have a meeting. It's been determined through a clarification that I sought that it is a special meeting of council. So the meeting will be through the agenda and through procedural bylaw of this council. A special meeting of the West Grey Police Services Board was called to address this particular item. And our West Grey Police Services Board is most interested in meeting with the council. And in fact, it was communicated in the correspondence that was on a previous agenda. What we did ask as the West Grey Police Services Board was clarification in terms of what council meant by service levels. Because in terms of the West Grey Police Services Board, it was determined that we did not feel, we as a board did not feel that council understood what level of service was, and also their role with regard to the Ontario Police Services Act. So we sought clarification in terms of what council meant by level of service, and also what the word discuss meant, and the timing of the meeting. That is coming back. We had the information put forward in correspondence that was on the agenda. Council provided information through a resolution as council speaks in a resolution, and that information will be brought forward at our West Grey Police Services meeting. I can tell you that our West Grey Police Services Board is most interested in having the dialogue with council, an open dialogue, an open public special council meeting. So within the discussion that we had at the Police Services Board, we thought that, and it's still as a board, we need to put together our discussion and our presentation as a full board on what we will be bringing to council. But we felt that there was an education component required, that we would educate council again, or provide the vehicle by which education could be sought, or knowledge or information, so that council understood West Grey, the role of West Grey Police Service, what the legislation also prescribes. I can say that two comments that Councillor Townsend has made are incorrect, very incorrect. This West Grey Police Services Board does want to meet, and that through the planning of our business plan, we actually launched it back in August. We launched the business plan. It is still being worked at, and we will be bringing the information for dialogue back to this council. All along, whether it was myself or the previous chair, our police chief, other members of the West Grey Police Services Board, we've been collaborative, open-minded, very much positive and professional when our delegations are before council, or information through the budget deliberation. So that is the response that I could provide. If there's any other questions you have, Councillor Hutchinson.
Right. So sounds like we don't have a particular date, and Councillor Townsend's motion here, there isn't a particular date associated with it either, in terms of when this workshop or when this meeting would take place. So to me, we're talking about two things that are actually the same, but I would be supportive of it if we come up with a date or refine this so that we can sit down and have a discussion about this. But I don't see a date anywhere.
We are still, through the West Grey Police Services Board, it will be on our agenda, so that we'll be providing information back to council. We've identified in I think it was even in the last paragraph of the correspondence, that we are willing to meet, and we're looking forward to that dialogue. I feel that as the West Grey Police Services Chair, this resolution, or this motion before, is redundant. The whole spirit of which West Grey Police Services Board wants to meet with council to have the dialogue, the information sharing is the purpose by which our West Grey Police Services Board will be coming forward to the special council meeting. So I do feel that this motion before us is redundant.
Okay. May I have one more response?
Okay.
Okay.
Certainly.
This is back to Councillor Townsend. Just so on here, it mentions about the OPP costing, the own sound police costing, but unless, are you thinking that we want to wait until we have that before you go forward, if that's the case with this meeting, or we're talking about having that because we won't have that information in the near future? It's going to take time, right?
Councillor Townsend.
Sorry, again, through you, Madam Mayor. The intent with discussions that I've had with the CAO was to do it as soon as we can. We're not waiting for the the responses from whoever's going to do the work. The argument is that when you get it, you need to understand what your options are, what your responsibilities are. For example, I'm sure that if we wanted to pry down into cases and specific cases, names, situations that wouldn't be allowed, that's fine. But I do know, for example, we can ask for information and it's optional. It's a choice as to whether or not the police services share that or not. I'd like to know what that is. So the sooner we get that, the better. And that helps us define our service level. And again, I repeat, when we first passed the December 21st motion at that meeting, I invited and made it clear that we wanted the Police Services Board to participate. That didn't happen. We put a call out for, I think it was February 4th. I think that discussion came up. Again, we're now sitting at April 5th and no progress has been made. I understand the clarifying point that could have been done in the meeting. It didn't have to be done outside. I think we're going to get a biased answer from what the Police Services Board wants to tell us. We've seen that. That's not what we're after. We're asking for an independent source to tell us what is reasonable, what can be done, what the options are. And as soon as we can get it is the point. The reason there's no date in here is because, excuse me, I don't know the availability of anyone that the CAO may search out to find out who could do that. But I think I made it clear to them, and I can add that into the motion if that's what it would take for council to be clear. But it is something we're not going to wait till we get that before we understand that. Thank you.
Okay. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify that and make it abundantly clear that West Grey Police Services Board wishes to speak to council and that there has been no delay. And I don't want that out in the community or misinterpretation by one member of council speaking to that. This council, I want it very clear that there's been open dialogue and collaboration on behalf of the West Grey Police Services Board. And quite frankly, sometimes it takes time. We're dealing with the board. We've called special meetings to address matters. So that is most important to ensure that one and all are aware of that. Madam Clerk, if I didn't say it already, and I just want to make sure because I didn't put a check mark, I am requesting a recorded vote on this. Thank you very much. I believe I saw Councillor Shea's hand and then Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm on the Police Services Board, and we had a presentation 6 or 7 months ago, I think, from the new Inspector General. The Inspector General will be the person in the Solicitor General's office who will oversee policing once the new act is passed. But the position and the office has been filled and staffed, and they're ramping up and starting to do their work. In the meeting that they came, it was the director and the assistant Inspector General. They told the police board that a big part of the Inspector General's job will be educating boards, that they will be going around and doing workshops and ensuring the boards know all of their responsibilities vis-a-vis policing. And I raised the point in the meeting that I thought they might want to expand that to also educate councils, because councils do play a role in policing at the municipal level. They were quite surprised at that suggestion, and the Assistant Inspector General actually contacted me after the meeting and we had a sidebar meeting where he just wanted to discuss that one point. He thought that was a great idea and that they were going to expand their educational mandate to include educating councils as well as boards. So I thought that was a really good step forward. But I think it does recognize that councils and boards both need to be educated on their respective roles. And I don't think it's really the place for one of those groups to be educating the other. I think we should both be getting education from the experts probably within the Solicitor General's office. So that's why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm just actually, I'm a little confused on this notice of motion because I know we have passed a resolution for this meeting to happen. So this looks like it's another motion on top of a motion or a resolution that's already done. And the Police Services Board has said that they are working on their business plan. It's going to take some time. So, and I'm going to support that they do need some time to get that done. They want to make sure they're bringing a wholesome presentation back. But again, there's no date. So this just looks like it's another motion on top of a resolution that's already done. And that's where I'm a little confused on it. So I think the existing resolution has all of these items in it. And I believe that's what that meeting is for. So I can't support this one because we've already passed a prior one. So that's where my stance is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Townsend, for bringing this forward. I do see the clarity of two distinct meetings. So the other meeting we're referring to is a joint meeting of partners, a joint meeting of two different identities, police board and council, to come together and communicate and discuss and find common ground and share information. This meeting, as I understand it, that's proposed by Councillor Townsend, is an educational opportunity for council, does not involve, does not invite the police board to attend. So it would be just a council meeting that would be open for everyone to view in the public, and as an opportunity for a workshop, an educational workshop. So they are very different meetings, and for that reason, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I do not read anywhere in this motion that it talks about the board, the police service board at all. This really is, as Councillor Hamilton has delineated, a discussion between council and citizens for transfer of information. The board meeting is a separate council, that's a separate meeting. But this is where our public has been asking for information about what is going on. What do these motions mean? This is an opportunity to provide some clarity about what is the timeline schedule for OPP? What does that look like when we get to that? When costing comes back, our police service board obviously would like to review that. What does that look like? Some information sharing, really. I don't even see in this motion it saying anything about the West Grey Police Service Board. So I don't know where that came into it, but this is to me more of a discussion with our community to provide information to them is what I see. So for that reason, I will be supporting it. We have talked several times about having a date set. Last meeting, I recall that I was opening my calendar. What day will we have this meeting with the Police Service Board? I don't have that date. I'd be more than happy if Councillor Townsend moved an amendment about adding a date to this, just so we could have some timeline. Maybe if the end of May or June, it doesn't have to be tomorrow, for goodness sakes. We want a quality information sharing session with the public. I feel I was hopeful that we would have some more information in front of us, but that will come along the way. It seems that in the absence of communication, other people pick up a petition and sign. If there were 3,000 people that signed, there's still 10,000 people that I represent that have not signed on that petition, which also lets me know that there's more information. People are willing for more information to come forward. So I will be supporting this virtual workshop motion. I would like a date added just so we can stay on track for this year, as we do have several items completely outside of the realm of policing that we have to also get to as council. So thank you.
There's no other member of council. We'll go to second time speakers. Councillor Hutchinson.
So I'm even more confused now. So to me, it sounds like this is a public meeting, a public workshop, and it talks about staff providing information. So I'd like to hear from staff in terms of who's going to present this information. If the police board and the police aren't involved, who's going to present this information? And obviously we're not going to have the costing done, or at least I don't think we are, but maybe we should refer this to staff, because obviously it sounds like they're going to be ones putting this on.
Over to you, Madam CAO, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. In conversations with Councillor Townsend when he was proposing this motion, it really was to invite an independent third party from the Solicitor General's office to provide an overview of municipal responsibilities when it comes to providing policing services. And I'm seeing a nod from Councillor Townsend, so my memory is pretty good today. So thank you for that. So staff would be contacting the ministry and checking the availability of one of their inspectors, or perhaps the the officer that spoke to the police board. So we are getting the same information. So while this does seem as if we're talking parallel between the meeting with the board and this workshop, it is intended to be information for not only council, but the community, whoever wishes to tune in. The meeting with the board is entirely different. So if that helps provide clarity, so from the staff's perspective, it's an outreach for us and it's scheduling a meeting.
Councillor Hutchinson, I do want to say that when the West Grey Police Services Board met, that we did discuss having a third party representative come out and do a presentation from Solgen's office, Solicitor General's office. So that was part of our discussion in terms of how we would bring information forward to council through that special meeting. Of course, we speak as a board. Nothing has been finalized. It would have to be addressed at our next meeting, but that was, I can tell you, part of the dialogue. So again, I see this as very much an overlap and to what the West Grey Police Services Board were attempting to provide. You still have the mic, sir.
So to me, if we're going to have someone come from the ministry to talk to us, I don't understand why we wouldn't have the police board there also. Why don't we just do it all together? It's an education. It's a public education. So why don't we make it one meeting and do it together? I don't understand why we need to have two separate meetings. And I'm not sure if there's going to be cost involved, which is another thing. But anyways, to me, it makes sense to, if it's education, we do it together and put it out there. So.
Okay, I'm just looking for any second times. You were done? Thank you. Just thank you for that. Second time speakers, over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you very much. I agree with the CAO. They are two totally different meetings. If we had got cooperation, participation from the West Grey Police Services Board, we may not be doing an OPP costing. We may have been able to understand how the level of service could be different, where in fact services could be cut back because they're beyond, and again, I'll use the chief's words, well above adequate and effective. And again, it comes down to that balance between the service level you provide and the cost that the municipality incurs. That's the discussion with the Police Services Board. It is not education. It is not to tell us from a legislative point of view what can be done. I've seen references in the minutes, even the ones we have now, that talk about what's mandatory or what's in the act. And you can interpret it any way you want because it is pretty loose. But it isn't specifically what was said that the act tells you to do. I even checked it again last night to make sure I wasn't wrong. The argument is that we don't want interpretation. We want to know what the rules are, what the opportunities are to go back, not just with a number of budget, but something that has a lot more education and a lot more thought into it. I can turn around and say, let's cut it in half. What does that mean? I have no clue. If the board tells me that I can't do that, all I can do is give a number, then that may not be exactly what is intended by the legislation. And that's what we hope we'll get from that. It's really trying to understand the exact flexibility, opportunities, and role that we play and how we interact with the board, how the board interacts with us, because right now that's not really happening, right? If the business plan has already been launched, we haven't been consulted, so there's a business plan in play that we didn't contribute to. That's not what the act says. It says you consult in that thing. So these are the kind of things that we want to clarify, not just the ones we observe, but also the ones that are out there we don't know about. They are two different meetings. I have no problem with putting something in that the CAO is happy with on time frame and say, for example, try to do something by the end of May, but it's going to be a best effort. We don't know when they're available, right? So that's my concern with putting a date in. I don't mind putting it in, but it wouldn't surprise me if staff or the CAO come back and say that can't be met because they're not available till the third week of June. I don't know that, right? So I prefer to leave it as it is. Let's see where it goes. We'll take a vote on it and determine where we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. I can say that the West Grey Police Services Board since 2019 have been collaborative and provided the information. And that is most important that this council is aware of that. I also want to say that we're in our 4th year and that council should be very much aware of your roles. There was orientation done in beginning of 2019 and West Grey Police Services Board has been in attendance. Everybody has had an opportunity to speak.
My apologies for the delay. It appears we're up and going again.
Thank you very much, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, and thank you, Councillor Shea, for drawing my attention to that. You know, members of council, I want to say it is 10:02. Our next item under unfinished business is 7.5, closed session. I would normally ask members of council if you'd like to take a break at 10:30, but would you like to take it now? Councillor Hamilton.
Mayor Robinson, may I ask a question? Has it been considered to have this closed session merged with the closed session at the end of the meeting? Is that a consideration?
So as per our procedural bylaw, we need to deal with all unfinished business together, and then we'll go on to the balance of the agenda. Clerk Sharbeck, do you have any other comment to that?
To you, Mayor. That's a good question, Councillor Hamilton. We will have a closed session, the April 5th closed session. Of course, the one before you now is the March 15th closed session. It's council's wish. I would need a motion to defer this closed item to be included later in the agenda with the other closed session. That's all. So it's up to council how you wish to proceed.
So it was my intent under the procedural bylaw that we deal with all unfinished business together, and then we continue on with the agenda. And that's how it was set up by the clerk in the clerk's office as per the procedural bylaw.
So Mayor Robinson,
Hamilton.
I would move to defer item 7.5 to
The end. It's item 16.
yeah, I'm not sure what that wording would be, but yeah, to be 16.1 perhaps, but yes, to be blended in with item 16, which is also a closed session.
Thank you.
Of course, I'm sorry, Mayor Robinson, of course, if staff have concerns about that, I'd like to know, but that's what I'd like to move. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll wait for Clerk Sharbeck to read back your motion, and I'll look for a seconder for that and any comments from our clerk.
Through Mayor. Councillor Hamilton, just to confirm I'm on the right track. Moved by Councillor Hamilton. That council hereby defers agenda item 7.5, the March 15th closed session, to be included with item, to later in the meeting, to be included with item 16, the April 5th closed session.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Clerk.
And Clerk Sharbuck, that would also include 7.6, report from closed session, March 15, 2022, just to wrap it up as it addresses the agenda.
Yes, it would be one report out from the combined closed session.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the language, Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert? Any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion carried by all members of council. We are now going to move on to item 8, which is adoption of the minutes. 8.1 is March 14th, 2022 public meeting. Any comments? 8.2, March 15th, 2022 council meeting. Any comments? Councillor Hergert.
I had apologized for unparliamentary language, and I just wanted to have that apology included in the minutes of the meeting for the 15th. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, any comment on that?
Sorry, at the March 15th council meeting? Where in the minutes would that be?
Starting on page 10, if that's the meeting you're referring to, Councillor Hergert, could you please clarify? Well, first, let's identify where it is you'd like the amendment to the minutes. Okay, I can assist. In the interest of time, I believe, Councillor Hergert, you're referring to perhaps page 28, where I raised a point of privilege stating that with regard to the language Councillor Hergert used. So for reference, Clerk Sharbuck. And is that what you're referring to, Councillor Hergert?
That'll be fine. I also did have several comments from the public about the number of recorded votes that we are having and how those also correlate to the Police Service Board minutes when we have a recorded vote, and how it is directly targeting members of council on how they vote with having recorded votes. So just some communication to pass.
So is there anything you require within an amendment to your apology to me as mayor?
That it just be included in the minutes as having been stated during that meeting. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbuck, any response?
Yes, I'm just still on the motion to amend the minutes.
Yes.
So is it item 14.1? Okay, so the recommendation for item 8 on our current agenda would be that the minutes of the public meeting of March 14th, 2022 are hereby approved as circulated, and the minutes of March 15th, 2022 are amended by adding that Councillor Hergert apologized for unparliamentary language at item, sorry, now I forgot what I said, 14.1 in the March 15th agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Councillor Hergert. Okay, so are there any other comments on the minutes? So now we would need a mover for that motion. Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Townsend. Any other comments with regard to the motion? Councillor Hergert?
I did have a note here about Beaver Crest School and having supporting resolution related to that included on the next agenda, which would be today's agenda, and I don't see that on our agenda. So if we could potentially put that on the next agenda, that would be helpful.
Okay,
Thank you.
so noted. Any other comments? And I will say that with regard to the recorded votes, it is within the procedural bylaw to do so. So all those in favor of the motion at hand indicate with a raised hand. All members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. Item 9, committee and board reports. 9.1, West Grey Police Services Board, October 25th, 2021 minutes. Any comments? No. 9.2, West Grey Police Services Board, November 29, 2021 minutes. 9.3, West Grey Police Services Board, November 29, 2021 minutes. 9.4, West Grey Police Services Board, December 13, 2021 minutes. 9.5, West Grey Police Services Board, December 16, 2021 minutes. 9.6, West Grey Police Services Board, January 11, 2022 minutes. 9.7, West Grey Police Services Board, January 26, 2022 minutes. 9.8, West Grey Police Services Board, February 3rd, 2022 minutes. 9.9, West Grey Police Services Board, February 23rd, 2022 minutes. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a question about receiving all the minutes as a batch. Is there an opportunity to receive the minutes more quickly after the board meetings would be my question. Thank you.
So I can say that it's not just West Grey Police Services Board minutes. You'll recall minutes that are relative to you as representative of the Saugeen Mobility Transit. We received a bundle of minutes. We've received a bundle of minutes for the Elmwood Board. We've received library board minutes in bundle fashion. We've also received a bundle of minutes with regard to SVCA minutes. So as our recording secretaries and representatives who are charged or responsible for ensuring that the minutes move forward to the clerk's office, that's appropriate. So I would say that minutes are processed forward and that they are on the appropriate agenda. So it's not just a highlight for these minutes, but we have inquired through yourself and other representatives for those minutes. So, but to answer the question, I think overall, if there's an ability, and certainly it's come up in council before, if the minutes can be on more frequently on our agendas, I think all of council members would appreciate that. And that's how we take the spirit of your question. And I think that's most important so that we have the more up-to-date information. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, I think that communication flow is important. And certainly I've been asked questions about boards that I serve on and have looped back to those boards and recording secretaries to ensure that, just to check in what the reasons are and some of the barriers to those minutes flowing to council. So I appreciate if members of the police board could also just look into those efficiencies as well. And it also reminds me that last October, council supported a motion that the protocol for the sharing of information between the West Grey Police Services Board and council be on a future council agenda. And that was last October. So I'm hopeful that that protocol can come to a council agenda soon so that we can have that conversation about how we communicate between board and council. Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton. And I can tell you that it was West Grey Police Services Board that put that item on the agenda, and council had the information on it, and I just look to staff that bring that forward to another agenda item. I appreciate you bringing that forward here. It could also have been at the question period, but you bundled it within the minutes, so thank you very much. Okay. 9.0, Councillor Herger.
Yes, I also, just of note, receiving 6 months of minutes. I also have in this agenda Elmwood Fire Board from October of 2021 minutes. And frequently, we as council members bring up current goings on when it's board and committee updates. To that point, though, this Police Service Board has been somewhat under the highlight of council's view for a while, and having information come forward post budget that specifically relates to discussions around difficult moments of budgeting out to just fend for ourselves. So when we have a meeting and we have board updates and reports, it would be lovely to have an update, especially when it relates to items that we're talking about within council that are topical, that are timely. We're getting this information late. We've already made decisions based on information that we're just receiving now. It doesn't really seem appropriate. It seems well behind schedule. To that point, I also am cognizant that we have staff preparing minutes of meetings. I also, for Elmwood Fire Board, have a staff member from West Grey that prepares the minutes of the meeting. Is there anything, if I could direct this through you to our CO, is there anything that we can do for staff to be able to provide? Is there any more resourcing? Do we see the addition of this new staff member as being helpful to boards, committees, etc.? Where are we with this?
I'm not sure about the question in there, but are you able to respond to just the overall dialogue, Madam CAO?
There we go. Thank you. Through Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Hergert, for the question. It is a workload issue, plain and simple. When you look at the frequency of these meetings, and that's in addition to a full-time job. So I wish I had the crystal ball or the golden answer on what we could provide for staff. The contract position that I think you're referring to, that's a full-time position as well. And it really is focused on records management and mitigating historic files. So, you know, other than perhaps assisting with agenda prep, there would be no capacity to attend meetings that quite often are either through the workday, so they take someone away from their job, or in the evening, so they add to the job. So it's truly a workload issue, and we have an awful lot of meetings. I have a meeting every night this week. So, you know, it's a busy time, and we just don't have the capacity. I don't know, I can't speak to the timeliness of these minutes, but I know that the folks that are doing the minutes are doing their best, and we support them as best we can.
I just find it unique that we are, these members of meetings, the members of staff that are preparing minutes are within this building. These aren't external minute takers that we're talking about. So the fact that we're getting these 6 months after is a time issue. Thank you.
And I also want to remind the council member to be respectful of staff, and that our professional staff are doing their utmost. The minutes are before you. There's been regular meeting of our various committees. They happen at this point in this agenda to be the West Grey Police Services Board. Before, it's been we've had a bundle of library minutes. And members of council have had inquiries at that time. And we've also had other minutes from boards and committees that are bundled, and we're receiving those minutes. I do want to take the opportunity to thank all of the staff that are involved in minute taking on administration and process, and also preparing this agenda, that we have the information before us. And with that, I say I can extend the utmost respect for our staff. So I do want to move on. Councillor Hergert, please make it very brief.
Yes, just to clarify, I do have an extreme respect for staff and appreciate all the time and effort that goes into 250 pages for an agenda today. I'm not trying to minimize the work that needs to be done. I'm trying to say the timeliness of it helps us make decisions, and further, you know, chairs bringing those minutes forward help with the timeliness of staff.
Thank you very much. Council. We are going to move on to item 9.10, and that is the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority minutes of February 17, 2022. Any comments on that? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, when will that presentation be made from Saugeen Valley to the municipal councils, specifically regarding category 2 and 3 non-legislated responsibilities? Do we have a delegation date or time prepared?
So you'll recall earlier in the agenda, there was a requirement through the legislation for specific information to be brought forward. That was on a previous agenda. The delegations to council, I defer to our clerk. Do you have any information on that?
Through Mayor, thanks for the question. I am waiting to hear from Saugeen Valley. I think they're narrowing down their dates with all of their member municipalities. But we haven't talked about an exact date yet for West Grey's presentation. I'll let you know when I hear from them, though.
Very good. We are now moving on to, well, we've done 9.10, unless there's any other comments. We're on 9.11, Trails Advisory Committee, the minutes of February 3rd, 2022. And then with that, there are a number of recommendations dealing with, well, 9.11, Clerk Scharbeck. We have 2 recommendations under those minutes. And then before we move on to item 9.12. So could you just comment on these, and also then we will deal with them as motions.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Did you want me to read the recommendations?
Yes, so I just, for the comment part of it, these are resolutions that came through the minutes, and if you could read the recommendations at hand.
Okay. The first recommendation is that council approve the recommendation of the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee to consider approval of the draft terms of reference with committee membership composition revised to 1 member of council and 5 to 13 citizens. And I believe the draft referred to in their motion is attached to this set of minutes.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. And is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea. Okay. And now questions or comments? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, I'd just like to speak to that briefly. So as you notice in the terms of reference, which I brought to council some time ago, just to try to get some action on getting trails moving along here, that when I first drafted this, we had 3 to 4 citizens, but then when we refer back to our committee structure, it suggests in there that committee members can be from 5 to 13. So that's why I just adjusted our terms of reference to match the terms of reference for all committees. So that's why we made that recommendation, sort of thing. So that's what that's about.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? Councillor Hamilton.
There we go. Thank you. This is really exciting that the Trails Committee is up and running. Councillor Hutchison, thank you for taking the lead on this committee. I just wanted to touch base with staff about the terms of reference and if they've had the opportunity to comment or provide feedback on the terms of reference. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. I'll start with Madam CAO, please.
Through Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. One comment, Councillor Hutchinson referred to the general terms of reference for all of our committees, and he's correct. It is an opportunity to have more citizen involvement with the numbers revised between 5 and 13. However, the other piece is that we recommend 2 members of council be appointed to all of the committees, and this proposal is just for 1. So perhaps council wants to give some thought to matching the general terms of reference and have 2 council members.
Anything further?
No, thank you. Thank you, CEO, for that feedback. And I think that's a good recommendation. Might I, through you, Mayor Robinson, ask Councillor Hutchison if his thoughts on having 2 councillors on the committee as per our general terms of reference. Thank you.
Yes, you may. And thank you for that. Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I've just, I sort of took it on to get the ball rolling. I actually have 9 committee members on this committee. Very keen to get something going. So my suggestion might be someone like Councillor Shea, who has some background in the accessibility, and I've spoke with him, and he was going to come to one of our meetings, but didn't work out. So if Councillor Shea be interested, we definitely have to keep accessibility in mind when we're looking at these trails. So if he'd be interested in joining us, that would be great.
Okay. Councillor Shea, is that something you would be interested in? I'm going to ask if there's any other members of council, but you're the first one I'm asking.
Yes, I'd be delighted to, Councillor Hutchinson. Thanks.
Thank you. And just for everybody to know, there may be just a little delay if there's a response back, either from myself or any other member of council. And we're just working on ensuring that there's the mic is available. There can only be, I believe, 3 at a time. So we're just ensuring that everybody has an opportunity to speak. Over to you, Councillor Hamilton. Anything further?
So if I may, Mayor Robinson, may I ask for clarification? So it sounds like council perhaps would want to add to this recommendation or amend this recommendation. And I'm just looking for some guidance about how we could add this piece of about having 2 members of council. I'm just looking for some guidance, please. Thank you.
Very good. Clerk Scharbeck, could you provide that guidance?
Through you, Mayor, the most formal way is, of course, through an amendment. However, I've heard both the mover and seconder comment that the 2 members of council would be appropriate in their mind if they're able to just tidy up that number to 2. I can change that in the motion and we can go forward. I'll leave it up to the mover and seconder to give me direction on that.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Oh, I'm presuming that I'm the mover. Is that what you're referring to? Okay, I gladly do that. I just made I just suggested, but I'll move it. That's fine.
Thank you. And it's really nice. I'm just going to say that, you know, we're all here in council chambers. We're in person. I think that's quite lovely. And there's a little bit of levity in here. So with that, Clerk Scharbeck, can you just read the amending motion and I'll go to the seconder to see if it's appropriate in the wording.
Moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Shea that council approve the recommendation of the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee to consider approval of the draft terms of reference with committee membership composition, including 2 members of council and 5 to 13 citizens.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you fine with the language? As the mover, as the seconder, Councillor Shea, are you fine? Very good. Are there any other comments with regard to the motion at hand? With that, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All right, that motion is carried. All members of council voted for that. Okay. In terms of appointment process, that'll come at another time. I just want to ensure that we have an indication from Councillor Shea, but I also want to ensure that if there's any other member of council that is interested in serving, they have that opportunity. I wonder if you could just comment on next steps for that, Clerk Scharbeck.
Sure, through you, Mayor Robinson. The next step will be an update of our appointment bylaw. And of course, as we appoint members or as members leave our various committees, we usually do that by resolution. And then after a few, update the bylaw. So I would say that it's up to council if you'd like to pass a resolution so Councillor Shea can begin attending these meetings right away. And that motion is the placeholder until the formality of the bylaw comes back at a future date, if that works.
So we could do that right now. So what I'm going to do first, we have an indication that Councillor Shea is willing to serve. Is there any other member of council that is interested in serving on the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee? Just looking left to right. All right. So perhaps now, if council is so inclined, is there a motion before us? Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that council appoint Councillor Shea to the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Are there any other comments? We've already identified Councillor Shea interested. No other comments? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried by all members of council voting for that. All right, recommendation. There's another one, Clerk Scharbeck. I wonder if you could please read that.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that council approve the recommendation of the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee to approve that a trails risk management strategy be developed for West Grey Trails.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson. Comments on the motion? Councillor Hergert.
So I was curious if Intact Insurance, our insurance provider, would be able to meet with this group to facilitate that. If I could ask that question.
Madam CIO, could you please comment?
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hamilton, I'm quite sure our insurer would be interested, or sorry, Councillor Hergert, You guys are in different spots. Would be interested in having that conversation. However, this would need to be a staff-led strategy, just because of our own liability. The insurer is not going to create a strategy for us without council approval.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, so should this say something about staff being involved in this resolution?
Clerk Sharbuck, I wonder if you could just comment on that, please.
Through you, Mayor, that's a good question, Councillor Hergert. The way the motion reads, it's absolutely direction to staff. It's absolutely direction to the CAO. So I think it's included in there. CAO Johnson, are you clear with the wording as it is?
Madam CAO?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I think the clerk is correct. I read this as if it's passed, that it's direction for me to figure it out.
Pardon me?
It would be my direction.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Hergert, anything further?
Oh, I'm satisfied. I just wanted to know who was going to be working on it, and staff understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of council? I want to go to Councillor Hutchinson, Councillor Hamilton, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so this is one of 5 recommendations. I'm not sure why we jumped down to 8.5 because it starts 8.1 on the agenda. Or the recommendation, there's 5 of them in the minutes there.
Perhaps I can assist and maybe the clerk can assist. I'm working off the agenda on page 4. We're dealing with on 9.11, the Trails Advisory Committee, the February 3rd, 2022 minutes. And we have 2 recommendations from there. And then on 9.12, Trails Advisory Committee minutes of March 10th. And then there's the balance of those recommendations. So, and that follows through from page 5.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I jumped ahead to the actual minutes on the agenda. So sorry, I'll go back here. Okay, that's fine. I can speak to this one first and then I'll speak to the other ones. But the advisory committee, we had a speaker, I had a guest from Walkerton, Mr. Coleman, speak to us. He's the recreation director of communications, I forget his term in Walkerton, but he has a lot of background and experience in trails from his previous job. So he came over and we did it virtually, but he spoke to the committee. And one of the things he talked about was a risk management, and anything that I've read that you really should have some kind of risk management strategy or plan when you're doing trails. So that's why I've done some reading on it. I've got some examples, but I wanted to throw it out there so that staff could help us come up with a plan of risk management so that our liabilities are covered when we start doing some of this work. So that's why that's in there. And like I said, there's 4 more to come in terms of being able to move forward with the trails and getting some work done. So it's in the minutes further down. So yeah, that's why that's there. But insurance wise too, we looked at a number of issues regarding insurance, and at one point I suggested that we bring in an insurance person to walk the trails with us and point things out. Mr. Coleman from Walkerton suggested that you might even look at getting a professional who works on trails, but then there's probably cost involved in that. So just like to work with staff in terms of coming up with some kind of risk management strategy.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Hutchison and the committee for these recommendations. And I think I see perhaps Councillor Hutchison was a bit confusing in that the recommendation we're talking about right now, there seems to be a similar recommendation at the end of the March 10, 2022 minutes. So I wonder, I think they're intended to mean the same thing. So I'm just seeking that clarity. But if I may just check in with staff too. So in terms of staff workload and capacity, we currently don't have a manager of community services. Do we have, how would this trails risk management strategy fit into our current resourcing and workload for staff? So just wanted to check in please with our CAO. Thank you.
Certainly, Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for that question. I have been pondering I've been expecting that question. Council will recall that an environmental and capital projects officer has been approved in the budget. That would be the perfect fit. That recruitment isn't funded until a September start, however. So in my mind, that's, that's the easiest way for us to do that. And I have no current resources, but I do have that in the future.
So if I may, Mayor Robinson, that's really great news that this is something that could come, it wouldn't happen right away, but it would be in the list of to-dos for, I'm sure that list is getting longer, CAO, for the for the environmental coordinator who's coming. So thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you as well. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I just want to say congratulations to Councillor Hutchinson. I know it's been a long journey for you to get to where you are here. And most of my questions have already been answered, or comments anyways, but one thing I did want to recommend is that maybe reach out to Grey County to Councillor Hutchinson, because they've got a lot of this work or templates completed for you. So, because we've done a lot of work at the county there. So there's probably a lot of shortcuts that are before you to help you get to where you want to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Councillor Herger.
Yes, I second that. That congratulations to Councillor Hutchison, because he really has lifted this off of the ground and gathered the people and started moving the Trails Committee forward. So my question though is, between these two different motions, recommendations that we have before us, is there must have been some discussion during the Trails Committee about why the need for a second recommendation to go a little bit further. So the second, I'm trying to see if we can merge them together and make one recommendation, or utilize one of the committee. The second one seems to go a little further, saying a strategy plan or policy to address liability issues going forward for best practices. And that to me seems like the only difference.
Clerk Sharbach, please. I wonder if you could respond to that.
Mayor Robinson, they are basically the same motion. They were made at different meetings. And so if this first motion is carried, the second motion would not be required. And that reference to a plan or policy, that all comes together anyways. So it's up to council. If council, if this motion before you now is carried, the second one is not required. If this motion fails, the second one would be a reconsideration of this one, really. So we can remove it from the agenda if it's council's wish.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Herger? Thank you. Madam CAO, did you have your hand up? Okay. I will then go to, thank you for your comments, Councillor Herger. Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't realize that we had it in there twice. I guess we got so excited about making recommendations we missed it. But yeah. Basically, it's the same thing. We just wanted to have some kind of policy and plan so that when we start working on this thing, that we're trying to cover our liabilities. So that's what it means. So it doesn't matter which one we accept or approve or whatever. They're basically the same.
Well, thank you very much for that comment. And certainly we, as chair, I'm working through the motions, and we would have addressed that at the appropriate time, but we had the comments on that now. And I think we're at a point now where we could call the question, but because there's been so much dialogue, Clerk Sharbach, could you please read the motion at hand?
Through Mayor, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that Council approved the recommendation of the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee to approve a Trails Risk Management Strategy. That of Trails Risk Management Strategy be developed for West Grey Trails.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried by all members of council. We're now moving on to 9.12, Trails Advisory Committee, March 10, 2022 minutes. First, any comments on the minutes? Councillor Hutchinson, to the minutes before we go to the recommendations, please.
Sorry, no, I was going to comment on the recommendations, but I can wait.
I could tell you're incredibly passionate about this committee, and it is so noted, and it's very much appreciated. I'm not seeing any comments with regard to the minutes. Clerk Sharbach, to the first recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council approve the recommendation of the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee to create land agreements for trail use sections from Douglas Street southeast to Highway 6 and on-road allowance from Aspen Street in Industrial Park east to Concession 1 through the gravel pit. Celia now.
Thank you. Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Questions or comments with regard to the motion? Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, if I can just speak to this. So the reason for this is the trail, and I should have included a map, I guess, but I have done a video to council earlier on, maybe a year or two ago now, and the trail has a loop that goes right from the town parking lot south of town and goes across this section of private land, which is just south of Douglas Street, swings around, comes out on the highway, and you probably saw the little bridge that goes off on the south end of town that goes off and goes towards the industrial park. So it goes through there, and then it goes through the gravel pit. So there's two sections of land there, one being the first one, the Boogerman section, which is from Douglas Street to the highway. I've already spoke to them. He's in favor of us using the trail. We would need some kind of land agreement to be able to use this and to cover our bases. So that's one. And the other one is the going from Douglas Street, Aspen Street and Industrial Park through the gravel pit to Concession 1. Now, there's a bit of not really an issue, but there's a bit of history on that one in that the Snowmobile Club and the ATV Club does use that. There's a road allowance that goes through the gravel pit. We need to have an agreement with the Celine Arnell or Mr. Arnell regarding that. The Snowmobile Club and ATV Club do have an agreement with West Grey to allow them to use it. So we're saying they can use it, but I'm not sure if Mr. Arnell really understands that the trail, we want to use it as a walking trail also, because he has made comments about, and even on the sign that going into the gravel pit says private property, open gravel pit. So I want to make sure that we get that clear in terms of we are going to use it. There was one time I can remember a few years ago, we had a meeting. There was to be a fence put up on both sides of the road allowance. That didn't happen. But whether it gets signed or whether it's this fence or whatever down the road, we just need to make sure that everybody's on board in terms of we want to allow walkers to go through there, just like the ATVs and the snowmobiles do. That's why that's in there for right now. So I can speak to a couple other sections of the other recommendations when it comes up.
Thank you for that. Any other comments with regard to the motion at hand? Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I was going to raise this under the next recommendation, but since you used the name walkers or the term, we're talking about accessible trails, right, as well, which means motorization can occur because of, the electrified wheelchairs or other mobility units, whatever they may be, targeted as. So whenever we talked about walkers or access, it's all of that included. Right, so there could be some danger based on, I know they're doing ATVs on this particular stretch, so chances are they wouldn't be a big deal, but on some of the other trails it might be. So again, with the help of Councillor Shea, that can be addressed, but I'm hoping we are going to keep them accessible. So.
Yeah, that's correct. And I can speak to some other general comments if you like, but the some of the section will be multi-use and some sections will be non-motorized, and Councillor Shea can maybe help out with this a little bit, but the question came up, the motorized scooters, are they classified as non-motorized because they are really a means of walking versus, rather than riding an ATV. So to me, they're not really a motorized vehicle. Is that correct? Folks, can I respond, ask Councillor Shea that question, or? Yeah, oh yes.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. I have general knowledge of this stuff, but not specific knowledge. I think I'm pretty sure that the Act would exempt scooters or motorized wheelchairs from the definition of a motorized vehicle for the purpose like this. But also to point out that the Act does actually specifically exempt nature trails from the requirement to be accessible. So I think it's admirable that this council seems committed to making this trail system admirable, even though the AODA does not require that. So just putting that out there for a piece of context. And when you say pedestrians or motorized, you're also leaving out that big category of bicyclists. So bicyclists, but I think this is sort of minutia that we can deal with at a later point. But thanks for the question.
Agreed. I think there's some dialogue and work to be done on this for certain. Is there any other comment from a member of council? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Once again, I'd just like to check in with our CEO, if I might, if she has comment, concern, or any comment, please. Thank you.
Certainly. Madam CAO, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. As I was reviewing the agenda and all of these recommendations, what's really going to end up happening, Council, is someone will need to report back because there's going to be budget implications, which we haven't identified yet. Staffing, which I think the environmental officer position would be able to manage this. There's, I've got other priorities for that position, including this, landfill. We need to deal with our landfill study. The climate action plan is a big part of that too. So happy to listen to the dialogue to get context of what the committee is hoping to achieve. But as I mentioned, that we will need to report back to, address budget and resourcing.
Over to you, Councillor Hamilton. Anything further?
No, thank you. Well, yes, one more comment. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So if council passes many of these recommendations, it is going to come back as a staff report. And just that, I just want to make sure that communication is clear with the committee, that it's not stamped and it's happening for sure, that there's some next steps coming. And yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Any other member of council wish to speak to this? Councillor Hergert.
Just one question. This looks like we're going to ask for some specific agreement with this landowner. There could be other landowners as the trails develop that you see the need for some sort of land agreement. I'm just curious if potentially we would ask a legal person to come up with a template of sorts, that it could be defined as non-motorized, or we have access, whose insurance, all of those details. So maybe looking for some basic template that we could use in the future.
I think we would have a report back from staff that would cover off the necessities. And I just have an indication from Madam CAO that that is correct. Is there anything further, Councillor Hergert? Any other questions from members of council? Okay, there's no other questions from members of council. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, please.
I just wanted to note that if you, the motions as they stand don't refer to a report back. They are a done deal. You're making this decision to do the agreements. So when the report back comes back and there's perhaps resource considerations to add to it, you've got a decision already made on it. So it is as it reads, just to clarify that.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Councillor Hamilton because there was clarity sought on that. So anything, I'm anticipating your hand would go up, and certainly, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So at this time, I can't agree to this very specific request with lacking information and from a professional staff and resourcing. And so I'm looking for a way to turn this into a staff report instead of a final council approval. And so does council, can we amend this motion, Clerk Scharbeck, or do you have a recommendation for turning this into a staff report instead?
Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, Mayor. That's a good question, Councillor Hamilton. And I think amending the motion or each one of these recommendations, I'm just trying to think of the most straightforward way to do this, that we can communicate back to the committee as well, that there's support for the idea, but further information being looked for. And I'm wondering, is it just this recommendation, or if it's perhaps a motion to defer these recommendations and that each one be addressed in a staff report back to council. There's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 now because we've already addressed the last one, so it's off the list. Is that, or you could do it each recommendation addressed individually, or you may want to defer it until such time as a staff report is addressed, or pass them as they are. This first one is moved and seconded, so it's a motion to defer would stop that process. Otherwise, we go forward and deal with it.
Councillor Hamilton, might I just ask Clerk Sharbach, thank you. Thank you for all that information to defer. Would there also be an opportunity to refer to staff? Does that change the context, and just that perhaps these would be just referred back to staff for recommendation? Just the difference between refer and defer at this time.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. That's an interesting viewpoint as well. I think the end result is the same, regardless if these decisions are deferred until such time as a staff report comes back. That might be, depending on the recommendation, it might be a recommendation that is one staff report deals with one recommendation. If a couple of them can be pulled together into a more comprehensive staff report without it getting too cumbersome, that could be addressed as well. So these exact recommendations would come back with the report if you defer the decisions. Or you could refer the item to staff, in which case these exact recommendations wouldn't necessarily come back with the report.
Great, and thank you for exploring the procedural bylaw in that context. Over to you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I would move to defer this recommendation until such time as a staff report comes to council.
Yes.
I'm just looking for guidance from the clerk. Am I able to defer all of the recommendations at this time, or do we need to tidy up this one and then do the other 3 as one? Thank you.
Over to you, Clerk Sharbach, for that inquiry.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I think because this one is moved and seconded, what you could do is, if it's your wish to defer all of them, you could defer, defer all of the recommendations of the Trails Advisory Committee from their March 10th minutes until such time as, I think it's understood, and it might be more than one report, but at least each one of these recommendations will come back exactly as they are then with that report.
Councillor Hamilton.
I support that wording, please, Clerk Sharbach, as you stated, and thank you.
Thank you. So we'll have the clerk restate that motion at the appropriate time. It's moved by Councillor Hamilton, and then I'll be seeking a seconder. Thank you. And at that time, after I get a seconder, I'll go over to Councillor Hamilton. Okay, thank you.
Well, second it, if that's what you're looking for.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. And I'd like to speak to it if I could.
Yes, one moment, please.
Yes.
Councillor, we'll just wait till we have it read.
Okay,
so
sorry.
noting you'll be the first speaker.
Through Mayor. Sorry, I kind of forgot what I said there, Councillor Hamilton. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, and I think seconded by Councillor Hutchinson.
That is correct.
That council hereby defer the recommendations from the Trails Advisory Committee from their March 10th, 2022 meeting until such time as a staff report is brought back for council's consideration.
Councillor Hamilton, are you fine with the wording?
Yes, and thank you for the assistance. Yes.
Very good. Councillor Hutchinson as the seconder, are you fine with the wording? And then still over to you for comment.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem with that. In order to move this thing forward, we do need to have staff support and staff involvement. The trails are being used right now. It's, this is not something new. There's people walking those trails. There's people riding ATVs on the trails. There's snowmobiles. not now, but to wear snowmobiles on these trails. So all I'm trying to do is take some liability off this committee, this council, this Wes Gray, and do it right. It talks about signage, talks about agreements, it talks about getting land permissions and all the things that we need to do. But I agree, we need to have staff involvement to do that. So what that looks like, I don't know for sure. We're just putting this out there. This is what we like to do to move forward. And like a lot of things, we need to move forward. So we need to get started somewhere. So yeah, that's great. I just hope that as the committee, as we have committees, that committees out there, same with our gardens committee, they want to do things. They want to get involved. They want to do things. And they're not interested in waiting months down the road to do something. They want to do it now. So I just hope that as we refer back to staff, that we can try to get some things done so that we can move forward, so that, come the summertime, that we start to get some signage up there. If nothing else, signage is really important, so people know what's going on out there and who can use what and so on. So it's, I'm in favor of that. Get some staff input, and all these things will have to work through our staff one way or another anyway. So that's fine. Just trying to move forward. That's all. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Hutchinson, and I hope the committee doesn't feel discouraged or that we're trying to put up roadblocks. Not at all, and definitely support the work that you're doing. And this is council providing direction to staff to put some their expertise into all these recommendations to give that feedback to council. And certainly council has a role to resource this appropriately, and we do that through budget. So the staff recommendation will come back and inform us what the budget implications are, and also what the resourcing implications are. And as we know, we've received feedback from consultants that we require more staff resources to achieve these strategic goals that this council has. So certainly I would expect in the next budget that council will support whatever budget is required for resourcing to move these recommendations forward, right? So I appreciate all the energy and stand behind your committee and the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments with regard to this motion? Councillor Shea.
I'm also concerned about the committee feeling discouraged. I think it's been indicated that this would probably be undertaken by a staff member who isn't scheduled to come online until September. So nothing is going to happen this summer. Also, we've got four different things, and some of these have multiple components to them. And it means that whichever one is going to take the longest is going to be the schedule for all of them. If one of these things could be done tomorrow, but one of these things is going to take 8 months, the staff report is going to come back in 8 months. And so the one thing that could have gotten done tomorrow isn't going to happen before 8 months. So I would just like to suggest that staff keep in mind when they're thinking about this report that if there is low-hanging fruit, if some things could move forward and get done this summer, feel free to bring those without having addressed all of the items in the report. So that's just a friendly recommendation.
I'm going to go right over to Clerk Scharback, please.
Through Mayor, Councillor Shea, that's an excellent point. And even though the resolution speaks to our staff report, I think it's clear that if there's any pieces we can pull out of any of these recommendations, and some of them are quite complicated. So it's going to be more than one massive report that's all inclusive. And I'm sure there will be pieces that come forward separately as their own initiatives and not held up by the big final answer for all. So I think that makes sense too.
We'll appreciate that comment back for the clarity. Councillor Herger.
Yes, so just for added clarity, are we lumping all of these items together or not?
So what I'm going to do is, after the members of council have all spoke, I was going to ask for the motion to be read again.
Okay.
However, because you've asked the question now, Clerk Scharback, could you please read the motion?
Mayor Robinson, the motion is that council hereby defers the recommendations from the Trails Advisory Committee from their March 10th, 2022 meeting until such time as a staff report is brought back for council's consideration. And perhaps for clarity, that should say until such time as staff reports are brought back for council's consideration.
First, because of the slight change of wording for clarity, for the mover and the seconder, are you fine with that language? Councillor Hamilton,
Absolutely.
Councillor
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to you again, Councillor Herger.
Yes, so thank you. I was hopeful that the last recommendation is, and so I may make a motion to separate these out, but the last recommendation says that council approved the recommendation of the West Grey Trails Advisory Committee to support committee work along with Grey County GIS staff and West Grey staff, the finalizing of a local map for the Durham Trail. To that point, Deputy Mayor has brought up that Grey County has trail, they're actively working on mapping these. We have resources in place, might have some expertise at the county level. I wouldn't want our local level to miss out on that. And if something could be prepared even as a draft of the local mapping for the Durham trails, I think that would be wonderful. I don't want to quash all the good work that's been going on and the momentum. The budget is another discussion, which, any information gathering I'm supportive of. But the information gathering will then affect the budget. So, to have a recommendation for next year of exactly what we need, that's great. But this last one, I think I could support today. And I think I could support it today because we have resourcing at the county level that already has blazed a trail, let's say, of working on these trails and whatever work they've gone ahead to do. Even our local library has a GPS unit. You can walk with the GPS and drop pins. So I think I could support this part of it. And to that point, I would like to have a separate motion to divide the last recommendation from the previous that would require staffing and budget resourcing.
Councillor, I just want you to know that we've already had the clerk, and I'm going to ask for the clerk or the CAO to speak on this. We've already had clarification that any item that can be brought forward in advance, some are, as Councillor Shea has referenced, low-hanging fruit. There are items that can be addressed right away. Some will take future budget considerations. We also need a report back. In terms of the GIS, that's going to look to staff for more information because we have an agreement with the county for GIS usage. So that consideration of the amount of time and the dedicated service from the county has to be explored and balanced out with our other corporate priorities, which is our official plan review. We're dealing with other mapping, just to name a few. So these are things I feel that, and I'll refer to staff, but it's information that still has to be reported back. In the spirit of supporting the resolution, it's all there. So I wonder, Madam CAO, or I guess I'll start with Madam CAO with regard to the GIS, because that's specifically what's been asked. Could you provide any comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hergert, as this recommendation stands on its own, and in fact, all of these recommendations are notable and I hope someday they're doable. Right now, as Mayor Robinson indicated, we do have a contracted set amount of hours with the county, and I would need to confirm, but we've been keeping the county quite busy with economic development and planning initiatives. So those hours may already be allocated. We do have a meeting with them in a month. There's quarterly meetings to get that update. So there's considerable work that's already being contracted with the county. So I would really appreciate if we could just report back on how much time would be available in 2022. And then, if this fits if their plate's not too full, then we could look at what that might look like for the mapping in particular.
Anything further, Councillor? Well, I just want to know if there's anything further from you. Okay, thank you. I'm now going to go over to Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, maybe I have the cart in front of the horse a little bit here. We've already done that. I've already mapped it, and with the help of the staff's machinery tool, it's done. And I've already been in communication with the county, and I've been talking with the county, and I believe the CEO and I have already talked a little bit about potential usage of some of that time in the future to formalize a map. So it's already in the works. Sorry, the wheels are spinning, are turning. So yeah, so it's out there, and I'm working with the county, and I hope to continue to work with the staff to finalize a map so that we can do this. But I don't want to put a map out there before we have all this other things done, and I don't, and I need to get some signage out there before something happens.
Very good.
So
thank you. Any further comments, members of council? Okay, I think we're at the time for the motion. A lot of discussion. Clerk Sharbuck, for the last time, could you read the motion and I'll call the vote?
Through Mayor, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that council defer the recommendations from the Trails Advisory Committee from their March 10th, 2022 meeting until such time as staff reports are brought back for council's consideration.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Any opposed? Motion carried by all members of council. And I want to say congratulations, Councillor Hutchinson. A lot of fine work going on there, and extend that to the newly formed Trails Advisory Committee as well. It is 11:06. Clerk Sharbuck, before we go on to 9:13, even though it is in the item 9, procedurally, is there any issue if I call for a 15-minute break? Perfect. That was, I thought the answer, but I absolutely wanted to ensure that everybody was clear. So how about we come back at 11:20? If we could go with 11:20 sharp, because we're all in the building, but please enjoy your break and we'll see you back at that time. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much. I'm calling our meeting back to order. We have all members of council present and we have staff present as well. I hope everybody enjoyed their break. We are now moving on to item 9.13, the West Grey Public Library Board minutes of February 9th, 2022. Any comments? 9.14, Climate Action Advisory Committee, March 16th, 2022 minutes. 9.15, Saugeen Municipal Airport Commission, February 16th, 2022 minutes. 9.16, Gardens and Green Spaces Advisory Committee, February 17th, 2022 minutes. And there is a recommendation with regard to this committee. Clerk Scharbeck, to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council approves the recommendation from the Gardens and Green Spaces Advisory Committee for an additional 6 flats of annuals in the blue, yellow, and white color scheme to accommodate enhanced planting needs.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Any comments with regard to the motion? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I believe from that committee, one of the members that sit on it, that they're just trying to put out as much as we can this year, especially with the homecoming. There's a need for maybe some flowers in different locations. There won't be flowers on the bridge this year because of our construction, so that allows us to move some around. But there was a need. There was looking at putting some flowers even at the upper dam where we have our dead tree collection. We're going to replace that with flowers, hopefully, and a few other places that gardens need spruced up. So just trying to get as much out there as possible and do some work on the local gardens and spruce things up a bit. So that's where that's coming from.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Hergert.
I just have a quick crossover between the homecoming, our garden and green spaces, and the year of the garden. If people wanted to plant annuals or blue, yellow, and white, that might tie in nicely with the efforts of the gardens and green spaces, and as well as the year of the garden efforts that are being made. So, if someone could do their own little bit, and it would benefit the community as a whole. So I'm very supportive.
Councillor Hutchinson, did you have any further comments on that?
Not really. I think the flowers might be a little scarce this year just because of the demand. There's going to be, and who knows with the greenhouses how things are working there. But yeah, in the community gardens, they are looking at doing some expansion of the community gardens, and that's the Horticulture Society is going to come to our next meeting, I believe. I think they're on the agenda to talk about the year of the garden and what all things can happen with that. So yeah, I think there's some good things happening there and moving forward. So excited about the possibilities.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you to the Gardens and Green Spaces Committee for this recommendation. And if I might just check in with staff if there's anything else to consider regarding this recommendation. Thank you.
Madam CAO, please.
Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Hamilton, this recommendation is totally supported by staff. We have capacity in the budget, and I think the flowers would be put to very good use.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Yeah, Councillor Hergert.
Yeah, sorry, I do have one last question. In the minutes, I believe I read that there's some concrete planters that need to be moved or so. Is there some discussion with staff, or is that in the works?
Madam CAO, could you please respond?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hergert, yes, there was a request to either paint them or deal with the look of them. So I'm working with Public Works on that.
Great. Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands. So all those in favor of the motion indicate by raising your hand. The motion is carried by all members of council. Item 9.17, Elmwood Fire Department Joint Board, October 27, 2021 minutes. Any comments? 9.18, Elmwood Fire Department Joint Board, December 1st, 2021 minutes. Any comments? Okay, before we go to the recommendation, I always ask members of council if there are any updates with regard to their respective boards or committees. So I'm looking over to the right. I'm looking over to the left now, Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. Elmwood Fire Board, we have a few items that are in the works, but most notably the fun ones. Fishing Derby is May 7th, 2022 at the Elmwood Pond. The breakfast for the fire department is June 4th, 2022. There was a question in the community about whether or not when Elmwood Fire Board has their breakfast, whether or not the placement of the trucks is in a location. Our firefighters are very well planned, and there's a strategy and a route if during the fire breakfast that we have an emergency, they have a plan. Also to that point, we had some groups that were utilizing the fire hall in Elmwood prior to COVID. Because of COVID protocols about how many people, because of the building's accessibility, because of the need, if there's an emergency, to get fire personnel out the door, the fire chief for Elmwood has recommended that we no longer allow groups to utilize the building. And to that point, we found an alternative location that would be the Elmwood Community Center. So we're asking people to utilize a brand new sidewalk down to a beautiful, accessible building that's got a great new sound system, that's got everything in place for safety. So that will be coming forward, and that's information for the public. We just had our meeting last week, so that's a change since COVID. Protocols are now over, and we're trying to get people back in buildings. But just for everybody's awareness that we are trying to transfer the location from the Elmwood Fire Hall to putting people in a good location that's set up for the needs of the community. That's all. Thank you.
Any other member of council have an update? I'm looking over to the left, and that is Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just report, we had 2 resignations from our Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. So I'll be dealing with staff to see how we proceed with that, because that's a significant reduction to the number of people. And also the library has implemented its delivery at home to those folks that can't get out as easily. If you qualify, then they'll deliver it through Canada Post at no charge to them. So, and it gives them the postage to mail back as well. So
very
that's
good.
2 new updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further on this side of the chamber? No? Over on this side of the chamber? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, just an update. The BIA had their annual meeting last night, and they're continuing on to have their chocolate bar sales, which is a fundraiser for homecoming. So they have some more they're going to put out there, and the first batch or 2 was very successful, and they're raising some money. I don't know exactly how much it is, but they're working with the homecoming committee to put some money out there. And they're also looking at working with homecoming to do maybe something along the lines of their arts fest, the concert in that around that weekend. So the plans aren't finalized yet, but possibility work with homecoming to come up with some kind of festival or something going on at the town parking lot or Riverside there where they had it before. So that's in the works.
Thank you. Any other member of council have an update? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a couple of quick items. Newstead Lions is hosting the lobster crab steak dinner. Not virtually this time. It's actually in person at the Newstead Arena. That's Saturday, May 28th. So if you just go on Facebook and you'll see that. Newstead and District Lions Club. Cody was smiling about that one. Just a quick highlight from our EDAC. I'm just very pleased to see after all these years of talking about it, there was 25 local businesses that actually participated in our 2021 CIP campaign. And I think that's, it's been years and years of talking about economic development, and it's really nice to see. And you can certainly see some of the enhancements in the downtown core. So I think that's a very good piece of news that we brought forward. And I'm really happy to say that 2022, that's tough to say, CIP is back for businesses that like to participate. Real quick, unfortunately, we couldn't stay the whole day, but I did attend the West Grey or the Grey Bruce Federation of Ag Politicians Day, but we did have a conflict. We had to go to county council, so I couldn't stay for the whole meeting, but I have followed up on some of the information. And a couple of highlights. West Grey Minor Hockey has a couple of teams that is heading to the OMHA finals this coming weekend, which is brilliant. That's all Ontario's for anybody that knows. And the other item, lacrosse starts next week. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I should have mentioned homecoming in the sense that the tickets are available for the weekend or individual events. The capacity won't be an issue as long as COVID stays away, but we do have plans in case we do get into a further restriction. You can order them through the website, pick them up at the movies, or you can go into at the movies and purchase them there as well. So just to let you know, they are coming along, and you should see a full weekend schedule coming shortly. So, and there's lots of souvenir items to buy as well, and that can also be acquired through the website.
Wonderful. Thank you for that update. I'm just looking over here. Any other updates? So members of council, I know we need to move on, but I do want to just mention under this section, and I'd have to go to my notes on my phone. I am pleased to report that Grey County Council confirmed, along with the 128-bed Rockwood Terrace redevelopment, plans will include 40 units of assisted living and a village square with retail and commercial space. This is at the Rockwood Terrace area. I think that it's really important. It's a significant milestone moment for Grey County and West Grey for the redevelopment of Rockwood Terrace and the addition of the assisted living and the market square. The focus on long-term care will enhance the quality of life and community living for Grey County residents overall, and certainly West Grey residents. So I wanted to provide that update. As usual, as more information unfolds, this council will be informed. So thank you one and all for all of those delightful updates. And at this point, there is one final action on this particular item, and that is the recommendation dealing with the minutes. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck.
Mayor, the recommendation is that the minutes of committees and boards are hereby received.
Is there a mover? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor. We've had a thorough discussion. I am going to call the question. All those in favor indicate by raising your hand. The motion is carried. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 10, correspondence. There's one piece of correspondence. 10.1, items requiring action. 10.1.1, Sarah and Simon Mellor request to purchase municipal lands. Now, this is looking for a direction of council. It does say that council hereby directs. Is there a motion from council at this time? Councillor Hamilton.
That council hereby directs that staff report back to council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Scharbeck, are you fine with the motion? And you're fine with that? I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Townsend, is there any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Item 10.2, these are items for information. There's 1 through 10. I'm just going to go through them, list them off, ask if there's any action required, otherwise they're for information. Item 10.2.1, Canadian Garden Council, Year the Garden 2022, congratulations. 10.2.2, Enbridge Gas Inc., introduction of Senior Vice President and President, Michelle Harditz. 10.2.3, Minister of Infrastructure, introduction of Getting Ontario Connected Act 2022. 10.2.4, Independent Electricity Systems Operator, and in brackets, IESO, end of bracket, Community Engagement. Councillor Herger.
I have received a couple calls from the community regarding projects that they would like, planning matters that require electricity, these type of things. I'm curious, I don't really, would we have somebody attending these meetings specifically? Are we advocating about any major expansion of electricity or energy resource? Are we advocating about anything? Do we know there's certain pockets of, housing developments that will also require electricity capacity or economic development capacity for businesses?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to go to Madam CIO. We have been getting immediate or future ready for some industrial product, not industrial what is the word? Just industrial communities that may come, or buildings and businesses, I think is the word I was stretching it out for. So we have gone before the ministry in this regard at other delegations, but I wonder, Madam CIO, if you could just provide more of a context for it. That was my entree into your response.
Through Madam Mayor, Councillor Hergert, thanks for the question. We have had periodic meetings with representatives from Hydro One to look at potential investment-ready areas in West Grey. Nothing concrete at this moment, but to this item specifically, it's staff. There will be a staff member tuning into the initial workshop that they've got planned coming up. So I think that's in a couple of weeks. So yes, we will be listening in. Anything further, Councillor? And I just want to make sure everybody, members of council, that is, please be mindful of your mic so that we have the opportunity for the speakers. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've also registered for that ISO session. I go to most of the engagement ones just to stay on top of what's happening. Just for council's edification, there is a period from 2021, the end of 2021, September, through to 2026, where ISO goes and works with suppliers, distributors, et cetera, to make sure there's enough hydro. You can put programs forward through to them and it'll be considered, not necessarily approved. And that's how the process worked up till the end of 2021 for the last batch. So I don't know where we are in that process, whether we're even close to coming up for anything, but they do it more by region. They don't do it like for each municipality. So they'll pick a swath of municipalities and decide there's enough within that as well. The other thing is that as long as you're dealing with your supplier distributor, then you'll get represented through them. So Hydro One will bring collectively whatever is required. The other thing that's important for Ontario, we're kind of in an interesting position with the move to remove some of the emission fuels, high emission fuels like gas and whatnot, and with the close down of the other nuclear plant, then there's a risk of a severe shortage in hydro if we're not careful. So ISO is looking at trying to balance that, look for other sources, other ways. So that will also be a focus for this 5-year period, just so you know that's going on at the same time.
Very good.
So, thank you.
10.0, Councillor Hutchinson.
I'd just like to comment on that. I think it's important that as a municipality, we start looking at ways of adding to the grid, and whether that be through solar panels. I know that there's talk out there, windmills, there may be more windmills coming. So I did mention at one time that we have a bylaw regarding where and when those windmills happen. So we should take a look at that, I think, also. But I think there's opportunities to actually sell some hydro to the grid. And whether that be through, like I say, hydro panels, we have some landfills that would be an excellent spot to put some solar panels out. And the other thing that I think that we need to go back towards, and this is coming into the building department, at one point it was delegated that you have to have rough-ins for electric vehicle plug-ins in your housing, and then they took that out. But hopefully they'll bring it back, and when that happens, then there's potential for housing, charging stations and whatnot to put energy back onto the grid. So there's opportunities there. We also have a dam that might be an extra hydro station someday that maybe we don't have it, but it's out there. So anyways, lots of opportunities. I just think it's something we should keep in mind going forward in terms of creating some energy. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for those comments. And I just want to let members of council know, I had the fortune of emceeing or hosting, chairing rather, the AMO LAS Energy Symposium. And that was just last week. I was MC for day one, and it was in regards to climate action and energy. So a lot of information. And the reason I bring it forward now is because IESO was present during that. They were part of a panel. 10.2.5 is the Ministry of Energy Solutions. 10.2.6, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, 2022 Roma Conference, thank you. Then we have 10.2.7, Municipality of Mississippi Mills, Joint and Several Liability Reform. Councillor Herger, yes, sorry, the reflection, I had to double check. Please go ahead.
Sure. I think that this is a resolution from our colleagues in another municipality talking about joint and several liability. We've advocated to the province through Roma earlier this year, and there's a letter even in here about that. This is something that we obviously need to keep our eyes on. This drives up the cost of our insurance. We talk about why did insurance go up so much? Well, this joint and several liability case law is part of that. So as long as we can advocate, as often as we can advocate about the province reviewing joint and several liability as it affects municipalities and our insurance rates, expenses, deductibles, all of that, I think we should be advocating and speaking up when it matters. So I think this is one that I'm not sure a staff report is how it goes, but I think maybe this is really what we've been advocating about. This is a topic that affects West Grey, and I would like to request a staff report about their actual resolution, the now therefore it be resolved. I find that on page 116 of the agenda. I would like to request a staff report.
Councillor Herger,
Yes.
would you consider a notice of motion on the next agenda?
No, I would not. I believe it is in our agenda package and it's correspondence that we're dealing with. And I think that staff report, and we could deal with it now and then receive the information back at a later date would be appropriate.
So rather than having a notice of motion with regard to Mississippi Mills on the next agenda, you want a staff report with regard to the correspondence?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that is Councillor Hergert's motion. I will look to, and I appreciate the clarity on that. So I look to Clerk Sharbeck to read back your motion, and then I will look for a seconder.
Through Mayor Robinson. Councillor Hergert, just to confirm that council hereby directs that staff bring back a report regarding agenda item 10.2.7 Mississippi Mills resolution regarding joint and several liability reform.
Is that correct, Councillor Hergert? Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend. Questions with regard to the motion? Councillor Hamilton to begin with.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Councillor Hergert, for highlighting this item. My preference would be that this be a notice of a motion, if you would consider that, just as it is listed under items for information, and I'd appreciate some time to consider what you're proposing. So I'll just note that I can't support it today in this meeting, but I certainly could support it if you brought it as a notice of motion to a future meeting. Thank you, Councillor Hergert.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to staff. In the consideration of, what we will state, what our position and logic is. Our logic in the past has been it's affecting our rates, and that hasn't seemed to be very popular because you can always argue, prove it, and the response from the Solicitor General and everyone else has been, we can't see any evidence that's improving or increasing the rates. What about the idea of that? Why is it possible that the municipality could be on the hook? That's the risk that does affect the rates. Every risk affects rates. We know that in insurance, especially after 33 years of working in the industry. And the risk is that the municipality is on the hook for whatever others can't afford to pay. And that's not appropriate. That's not even equitable as an approach. And that's what the legislation basically allows. And so instead of just saying my rates are going up, I think we should also be arguing that it's inappropriate to take one party and segregate them and increase their risk because other people can't pay. That's a totally different approach and a totally different issue for them to deal with. So if staff can take that into account when they do the report, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm looking for first-time speakers. Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think we're asking for a report, but why wouldn't we just, as we've done in the past, just support this resolution? So we just we just formally support it, and then we do a resolution to support, I believe, without doing a staff report. Is that not what we've done in the past? Yep. Sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. When we have the information items, if there is of interest, we have been addressing them as notice of motions and on the next agenda. So that you're quite correct, that has been the process for that. Is there anything further? Okay. I just double checking. Any other first-time speakers on my right? And now to Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. I'm not certain what we would expect from a staff report. I do think that this is an important issue and it would behoove us to take some sort of action, but maybe we should ask that the staff report essentially just include the AMO document towards a reasonable balance addressing growing municipal liability insurance costs, and that be on an agenda item, and that we can then review that document and like this municipality has, and perhaps choose to endorse it and send an endorsement of the AMO strategy to the relevant ministers. So I'd like to get to the same place that I think you guys are trying to get to, which is let's take some action on this. But instead of burdening staff, I think maybe that staff report could just be a presentation of that one document for our consideration. I'd be curious to hear from staff if they think that would be effective.
Pardon me. So, Councillor, you're referring to the AMO document of October 1st, 2019, towards a reasonable balance, addressing growing municipal liability and insurance costs, in which there are 7 recommendations. That's right. Thank you. So, based on that clarity, Madam CIO, do you have a comment with regard to Councillor Shea's inquiry?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, to Councillor Shea, I too was wondering what the staff report would say. So I'm in support of providing that AMO document and perhaps staff's commentary. If there is anything that we can, convert it to West Grey reality, that would be something that we could bring forward.
Anything further, Councillor Shea?
I'm just looking at the AMO document now, and there is a January 6th, 2022 update. So, but I'm sure you would find that. So.
Yeah, there is an abundance of information on the AMO website for certain. Is that for that all, Councillor Shea?
So I don't know really what to do with the motion on the floor, because, I think it'll just continue to also support the motion on the floor with the understanding that that would be the action that staff would take. Okay, thanks.
I'm going to go to Clerk Scharbach, please.
Through you, Mayor, just to clarify, Councillor Townsend, you seconded that motion. It's up to council what you'd like to do with the motion on the floor. This is specific to the Mississippi Mills resolution regarding joint and several liability reform. I'm not sure if the mover and seconder want to refer to the AMO document instead of the Mississippi Mills resolution, or deal with this and then see what happens next.
What is the
it's
motion?
Up to you.
What is the motion on the floor, please?
The motion is that council hereby directs that a staff report be staff bring back a report regarding agenda item 10.2.7 Mississippi Mill resolution regarding joint and several liability reform.
Okay. So are there any other comments with regard to the motion on the floor? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So having heard all the dialogue and where we're trying to get to, would those who move the motion consider retracting the motion? And then perhaps staff could circulate this document just via email to council for our information. And any member of council could then bring a motion of support for this resolution that we have here on our agenda. And we could do that swiftly as next council meeting. So that's how I would prefer to deal with this item, just because it is under items for information at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have the motion on the floor, so we'll deal with it. I thank you very much. Are there any other comments before I call the vote? Councillor Herger.
Yes, I'll move a motion to withdraw. And to that point, I will take my colleagues' advice about a notice of motion. I also would appreciate an update from our AMO representative about any new information, January, February, March, April of this year, that we can have that update come forward. I also note that there's a modernization of policing update that has come forward from AMO as well. So maybe a wholesome AMO report would be wonderful. And so a motion to withdraw.
All right,
And
as
I'll
the
bring it.
seconder, are you seconding that motion, Councillor Townsend? Okay, any other comments on that? All those in, oh, sorry, Clerk Sharpak, please.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a mover, or we have both the mover and seconder agree to withdraw, so it's, okay, thank you. So we have a mover and seconder has agreed to withdraw the motion, so it is off the floor at this time. Thank you very much. Okay, we're dealing with 10.2.8, and that is the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing Growing Greenbelt Phase 2 Consultation Notification Letter. Any comments? 10.2.9 Dufferin County ATV Club Letter regarding West Grey Police Service. Okay. 10.2.10 Stephanie Crilly, resident, letter regarding the West Grey Police Service. Any comments? Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I was actually pleased to see the letter. I do know Stephanie, and I know that she's very good at what she does. Strangely enough, I was already considering, and I'd already had a conversation with our CAO regarding the withdrawing of the ability for Owen Sound to provide a cost for the project, if you will, of trying to revise and get some control over the costs of policing. And the reason I was going to raise that is because by inviting Owen Sound in, we have actually changed the direction from the original mandate the council passed in December. And that was to get a costing to understand service levels. And to go to a second source makes it look like we are actually replacing West Grey Police, which was not the intent. So I don't know whether that would be acceptable as a motion here, or again, a notice of motion for the next meeting.
If you have, if you are thinking of a notice of motion, it would be for the next meeting.
Okay. Yeah. So just to advise, it would be a notice of motion to request that council consider removing the Owen Sound invitation, if you will, to provide a quote for police services for West Grey.
So as per the procedure, you would submit your notice of motion to the clerk for the next agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted council to know what I was thinking. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Hutchinson.
I'd just like to speak to the comment that she makes about asking for a referendum. And I did speak to the clerk briefly about that, but maybe she could comment about the possibility if we ever did wish to go to a referendum this term. And maybe I'll ask the clerk if she'd like to speak to that.
Yes,
Good.
thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. Over to you, Clerk Sharpak.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I've given that some thought since I saw your email this morning, Councillor Hutchinson. It is too late to pass a bylaw to add a question to the ballot. So our election is October 24th. So to prepare for a referendum outside of the election process would take considerable amount of time. There is a requirement for public input sessions, public consultation, as well as the cost. It wouldn't be the same as a full election, but there is the ballot to cast, whether it's a yes or no, and the counting of the ballots, which right now we have a contract with Simply Voting to do that electronically for our election. So I'm not sure that it would fit before the October election. CIO Johnson, to see how that could fit in. I'm just thinking of our calendar is
For me, it's ticking down with the election tasks, but I'm not sure we could fit it in. And I can investigate that further if you'd like.
Thank you. Madam CAO, did you have any further comment? No. Councillor Hutchinson, anything further?
No, I just wanted to raise that point that it's probably not feasible at this time, just to respond to her comment in her letter. So I think the election will be in the form of a referendum, I guess, if it comes to that point. So we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Looking to my right, looking to my left. Okay, Councillor Hergert.
Are there timelines on the like legislation about when during an election year you can actually even add a question on the ballot? Is there a timeline?
Clerk Sharpak, please.
Through you, Mayor, yes, there is. It has to be done by bylaw. And the last day to pass a bylaw to add a question to the ballot is March 1st. Yeah.
Nothing further. We are now dealing with the recommendation at hand. Clerk Sharpak, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council hereby receives all correspondence items not otherwise dealt with.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson. We've had a lot of discussion, so I'm calling the question. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. Item 11, staff reports. 11.1, Interim Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. 11.1.1, Newstat Sewer and Water Capacity Review. Clerk Sharpak to the recommendation, please. Certainly. Thank you. I know you had mentioned that to me, Councillor Shea. Thank you for clarifying it for all members of council. Enjoy the balance of your day. See you again. And now, Clerk Sharpak, could you please read the recommendation at hand?
Mayor, the recommendation is that report Newstead Sewer and Water Capacity Review be received for information.
Is there a mover of this motion? Councillor Townsend, and I will take Councillor Hamilton as the seconder. Clerk, actually, Madam CIO, is there a presentation with regard to this?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, our interim director, Mr. Glazier, is, I see him on the screen. He's ready to just give a brief overview of this good news report.
Wonderful. Hello, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works Glazier. Please proceed with your presentation. We are eagerly awaiting the information.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just bear with me for 1 second. I'm having technical difficulties here. I apologize. I thought I was prepared.
We're just having staff assist you. So 1 moment, patience for everyone. Thank you very much.
Oh, here we are. Thank you, Sheila. Okay. So, Madam Mayor, through you, Council was originally had instructed GSS Engineering prior to my arrival here to complete a study of the Newstead water and wastewater capacity limits in light of the impending new development opportunities approaching in Newstead. GSS Engineering has recently completed their study, and very good news with the report. The water capacity is ample capacity. We are suffering a little bit on the negative side with respect to if we were not to do any of the improvements that were recommended in the report, such as the large infiltration problem that occurs in Newstead currently right at the present moment. There's approximately 2/3 of our wastewater system that is unaccounted for. And what means is that our water flows in the community through our system does not match up as close as to what it should be for water consumption versus wastewater system elimination. So therefore, it's assumed that we have a large infiltration problem. We are currently undertaking a study, and we do have money in the budget to look at fixing some of those concerns. And it's due to the high water table that's currently in Newstead. The water table sits above the sanitary system. And with that respect, a large amount of the water is coming in through the manholes in town. As the pipes come into the manhole, the grout or the concrete that was placed in the system back in the day when it was constructed has weakened, deteriorated. It's 50 years old now. Time does fly, but it needs to be sealed up and corrected. And it's hopefully with that in mind, and we correct the infiltration problem, that the wastewater capacity will improve, and we will be able to meet the future demands that the development opportunities exist in Newstead. And I'd be happy to answer any questions with regards to that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm looking for questions from council, beginning with Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just one question really, and that is that there's going to be a timeline to fix the infiltration and whatever other significant issues you've addressed through the budgeting process. And then there's the development side that is potential, which I don't know the timing of. Can you marry those two together for us and tell us what's possible and what the risk is of that development going forward, when, or if not, when it could?
Director, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Townsend. So my understanding through the consultant is that there really isn't a large concern right now. It's if we were to do nothing, we currently sit at a negative 23, which virtually is status quo. In other words, the demands of the future with this capacity of our system isn't grossly affected. So I believe the engineer report says that that it's not a very large concern. The development opportunities, from my understanding, aren't going to all occur at the same time. We have several years, but we're going to act on and trying to mitigate a large amount of the infiltration this year. Like I said earlier, there is money in the budget to allow us to do a bunch of the repair. And what we're going to do is through our study, we'll be able to determine how much of that infiltration we have actually been able to remove from the system, probably by as early as this fall, because we have the ability to monitor daily input into our wastewater system. So we can readily see and I'm hoping we're going to see marginal decreases in the amount of effluent flowing to the system. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Very good. I'm just looking over to my left. Any questions? Over to my right. Any questions? So I think we're at the time where we could call. Oh, you do have a question. Councillor Herger, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. I'm just curious, after infiltration, discovery and hopefully remediation this year, if I consider wastewater and capacity issues, are there items beyond just infiltration that we're working on? Would there be, listen, in talking with like members of the community that have some, they've been there lots of years, they've seen the whole system come online. There is a thought or a consideration that has been forwarded to me that potentially a solid strainer may be able to help or assist with our capacity of wastewater issues. So I pass that along to you, and I'm sure we'll see that if we need it, or if we don't, the professionals are in place to look at that. But I just wanted to pass that information along. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? I'm not seeing anything further, so I will call the question. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion is carried. Thank you. We are now moving on to 11.1.2, amended agreement with Product Care Association Canada. Clerk Starbuck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is the council receive the report, amended agreement with Product Care Association of Canada, and the council direct staff to prepare the bylaw for a future council meeting.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. 11.2, Director of Finance Treasurer. 11.2.1, Electronic Payment Services Agreement. Again, Clerk Starbuck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is the council receives the report, Electronic Payment Services Agreement, and the council considers a bylaw later in the meeting to execute a master services agreement with Paymentus for electronic bill payments.
Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hamilton. Questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Madam CEO, I don't know whether you can answer this, but I'm wondering, what is the impact on staff? Does it, free up a fair amount of time and that kind of thing, or is it simply more for convenience for the community?
I wonder if we could go to Director of Finance and Treasurer for that inquiry. Director Mighton, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. It's more about convenience for the ratepayer.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions, members of Council? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just a comment that's really wonderful. This is coming on board. I know we've had a lot of feedback from the community who are interested in this service. So thank you to staff for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I'm just curious, is there a cost to the customer to use this service?
Director Mighton.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the customer will absorb the any fees associated with it. When they go to make a payment, it will tell them what the fee is and whether they can decide whether they want to continue. But the municipality will not be picking up the fees for the service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. To the motion, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Thank you. We are on item number 12. Questions. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, members may request clarification or updates on previous agenda items. Is there any questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think this should go to the CAO in general. Over the last few months, we've had reference to a fair number of sort of projects that are coming. So I look at the water system changes. We have the official plan, we have the zoning bylaw, et cetera, and I'm sure there's others. Is there a schedule or something where we could start getting a feel for when they're going to come out? Because my fear is they're all going to come in a very short period of time, and then it's going to become almost unmanageable at this side. So if there's anything you could help to clarify that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you for the question. Over to you, Madam CAO.
Through you, Mayor Robinson. Yes, Councillor Townsend, there is a number of projects. I'm very pleased to give some credit to staff that have just completed a reports pending, project pending inventory that the senior management team will be looking at our next meeting. Just to put some timelines to some of those bigger projects. There's a number of smaller projects as well. So I will be reporting back to council on the schedule.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yes, competition for the mic today. Just making sure we have two on. I'm curious if we have a timeline presented or received back from the Ontario Provincial Police regarding specific dates and or times, things they're waiting for or information they need from us, council, or from the Police Services Board. Just looking for an update.
Madam CAO.
Through Mayor Robinson, all I can tell you, Councillor Hergert, is I'm pleased to say that the dialogue and the collaboration between the two organizations, namely the municipality and the OPP, is moving along nicely.
Anything further?
Yes, follow up. Do we have any dates with correspondence when we would anticipate receiving their response?
Madam CIO.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are no specific dates. There's a number of, and as council may recall, on the OPP website, there's a very detailed handbook. I don't know if they call it a handbook, but it's called the OPP amalgamation process. And I know that document quite well. Page 15, in fact, has a timeline, and there's a number of weeks for each step. So we can review those at a later time.
Okay.
So is now a good later time? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, one having to do with library service. I read that the Bruce County has purchased a mobile library service. And I'm just wondering, do we have any information of when that might be coming to Elmwood?
I'm going to go to, we have two representatives from the library board. I'll begin with Councillor Hamilton.
That's a great question. I'm happy to look into that and report back, Councillor Hutchinson. I know both the library board would be interested, and Elmwood Community Center board is very interested in that as well. Elmwood Community Center board has expressed interest in being like a host for the bookmobile. So on both of those boards that I serve, you've piqued my interest. So I'll get back to you, Councillor Hutchinson. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anything, Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, in addition, the library is going through sort of a service review. We have an RFP out, right, to look at that. And it's not just for Durham or Elmwood or whatever, so the whole system, right? But obviously Elmwood and our, I'll call it remote sections of West Grey are obviously considered, will be considered in that in a go forward way. And we're looking at a couple of things. When the library was set up years ago, it was set up with a particular model in mind, and we have two choices. We can either continue with the model and say we'll force everything to work within that model, or we'll look at other opportunities to expand, adjust, revise, remodel, if you will. And that's what we're trying to look at through the service review. So hopefully we'll get that done shortly, and we'll look at those kind of considerations as part of it. Thank you.
Any other members of council have questions? I do have a question. I'm just wondering at some point if through Madam CIO, if we would get an update with regard to the new stat natural gas expansion. And certainly I can participate in any inquiry on that, but I'm just putting that forward. And in terms of our applications that we put in for Ayton and new stat, Ayton and Elmwood. So we'll just do a follow-up with regard to that, because that's something that we would be most interested in to find out more information about. I wanted to highlight it under, that's my big question, but I'll probably do the follow-up with you. I'm not seeing any other questions. We're now dealing with bylaws, and please remember we have a merged agenda. So it was not only the bylaws from the original agenda, but there was an addendum that was merged. So item 13, bylaws, 13.1, bylaw 27-2022, delegation of authority during restricted acts period in an election year. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 27-2022, being a bylaw to authorize the delegation of authority for restricted acts of council during a restricted acts period in an election year, known as lame duck period, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? I'll take Deputy Mayor, and as a seconder, I'll take Councillor Hamilton. Questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. Bylaw 13, well, actually item 13.2, bylaw 28.2022, court security and the prisoner transportation. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 28-2022, being a bylaw to authorize an Ontario transfer payment agreement between Her Majesty the Queen in right of Ontario, as represented by the Solicitor General, for funding approved under the Court Security and Prisoner Transportation Program, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Item 13.3, bylaw 29-2022, electronic payment services agreement. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 29-2022, being a bylaw to authorize an agreement with Paymentus Canada Corporation for the provision of electronic bill payment services be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for the motion? Councillor Townsend, and I'll take Councillor Hergert as the seconder. Questions? Seeing none. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. 13.4, bylaw 30-2022, a grid salary. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 30-2022, being a bylaw to adopt the West Grey employee salary grid, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, questions? Councillor Hergert, please.
Does this include the cost of living adjustment for 2022?
I wonder if our Director of Finance and Treasurer could respond to the inquiry, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. It includes a 2% grid adjustment as approved during the budget.
Anything further? I'm calling the question. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. 13.5, bylaw 31-2022, appoint West Grey Library Board. Clerk Sharbuck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 31-2022, being a bylaw to appoint a West Grey Public Library Board, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton. Questions? Councillor pardon me? Of course. Councillor Townsend, please.
We may actually be duplicating effort here, but Michelle Humphrey actually resigned from the board, and so should not be included unless you haven't received that notice. And you need to leave it there. I'm not sure.
Through Mayor, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Actually, it's Michelle Humphrey that's resigned. I haven't received that notice, but if that's information coming from the board, then perhaps we could adopt this bylaw as amended, and I'll remove Michelle's name from the final version. That's for signing. Does that work?
So Councillor Townsend, you are the mover, so you're fine with the as
I'm
amended.
fine with that, yes.
And Councillor Hamilton, as the seconder, are you fine as amended?
Yes, and I had the same thought, so thank you.
Oh, very good. Okay, so I'm just checking if there's any other comments. Yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
So my first question is, so does that create a problem when there's now only 4 public members? What's the minimum for that board? We have 2 council reps, but only 4 committee members.
Clerk Sharbuck, I'm going to go to you. It's legislative.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm not sure on the details of the Library Act, but I believe it's a minimum of 3 members for a library board. I can confirm that. I don't think the board is in jeopardy.
Actually, I see it here as 5 members. It says right in here, I think.
Oh, is it?
As amended provides that a public library shall be composed of at least 5 members appointed by the municipal board.
So our council members that are appointed to the board are board members. They count as board members and they have votes at that table.
Oh, okay. So we're okay then. All right.
Thank you for the questions.
I have one more.
Please go ahead.
My other question is, and I was on the library board, but I don't remember this. How come this bylaw is coming now? Like, it seems like we're like 4 months into the term. And so presumably we re-elect every year or appoint every year. I'm just curious why April? Why so late?
Through you, Mayor. That's a good question, Councillor Hutchinson. We did have our library CAO advised that there had been another resignation from the board, and council had appointed Tyler Barlow in as well. So there were a couple of changes, and just to get that tidied up so that Tyler could start taking part in those board meetings appropriately.
Okay.
And then today we have a third update, which is to remove Ms. Humphreys.
Right. So normally it's the term of council, right?
Yes.
For the board. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I'm just curious why that was.
Very
Thank you.
good. Any other questions? I'm going to have Clerk Sharbuck read the motion again, please.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hamilton that bylaw 31-2022, being a bylaw to appoint a West Grey Public Library Board, be read a first, second, and third and final time as amended.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. 13.6, bylaw 32-2022, confirming the proceedings of council. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Your Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 32-2022, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, questions? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. The motion is carried. We're now going over to the other set of bylaws. 13.7, bylaw 33-2022, zoning amendment 211721 Baseline Road, Township of Normanby, Billingsley, and Barnacle. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 33-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as 211721 Baseline Road, Township of Normanby, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
I just want to remind members of council that all but one, which was the last one, were dealt with yesterday at our public meeting. So with that, is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. 13.8, bylaw 34-2022, zoning amendment 314664, Highway 6, Township of Bentic. Matheson. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through Mayor, that bylaw 34-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as 314664, Highway 6, Township of Bentic, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Thank you. I know that the technical overlap was addressed by staff. Did everybody hear the motion or the recommendation? Thank you. Is there a mover for the recommendation? Councillor Townsend. Councillor Hergert, I'll take you as the seconder. Questions on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. That motion is carried. 13.9, bylaw 35-2022, zoning amendment 214691, Baseline Road, Township of Bentic, Morick. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, that bylaw 35-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as 214691 Baseline Road, Township of Glenelg, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend, any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Bylaw, or actually items 13.10, bylaw 36-2022, zoning amendment 735198, Westback Line, Township of Glenelg, Walling, Schwartz, Walling. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through Mayor, that bylaw 36-2022, being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 37-2006 for property known as 735198 Westback Line, Township of Glenelg, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Item 13.11, bylaw 37-2022, site plan control 221126, Gray Road 9, Township of Neustadt, Chad Welts and Rebecca Welts. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Your Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 37-2022, being a bylaw to authorize entering into a site plan control agreement with Chad Welts and Rebecca Welts, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor, questions? All those in favor of the motion then, please indicate with a raised hand. The motion is carried. Thank you. We are now moving on to item 14, which is new business. 14.1, notice of motion, halt police costing process. This is moved by Councillor Hutchinson. would you like to read your motion?
I have to find it here. Okay, I found it.
Councillor, I have it in front of me if you
Yeah,
would like
for
it.
sure. So before I read this motion, I'd just like to say a few words, and that is, first of all,
Councillor, I
yes.
would, if you don't mind, we'll have you read the motion. I'll get a seconder and then
Okay,
I'll bring
okay,
it
then I can
forward to
speak to
you
it.
first.
All right, no problem.
Thank you.
So, notice of motion. The council reflect on the petition from our local citizen before us, and whereas from the public input, there is a real concern and fear with potential loss of our local West Grey Police Service to OPP, and whereas many of our residents are also not in favor of spending $80,000 on police costing, and whereas based on the 3,000 plus signature, it is evident that our citizens are happy with and supportive of our West Grey Police Service. Therefore, based on the timing of this costing, a true analysis of our local services versus OPP service or any other police service cannot be done effectively before the next term of council. The next council deserves the opportunity to revisit this if they so desire. Now, therefore, I move that council halt the process of OPP and Old Sound Police costing. Instead, work with our West Grey Police Board and Police Service to continue to provide the most efficient and effective service possible. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, I'll go to you first, Councillor Hutchinson.
Right. So I just wanted to mention that one of our previous speakers commented that we're not here to speak on behalf of the public, but I beg to differ on that. We are here to speak on behalf of the public because we're voted in by our public, by our citizens. So I believe that we do have the opportunity to speak. I'm just asking that council have one more thought on this motion, just so that just a chance to rethink it. And based on the timeline, I think the big issue here is the $80,000 that we're spending for something where OPP may come in cheaper or they may come in more expensive. I don't know, one way or the other. But I think the fact is the community are saying to us that they like our community police service. They want to continue with the service we have. If you go to OPP, you'll probably get a drive-through service, not a community police service. So that's where I'm coming from on this. As you see, the support from between the petitions and the number of signs out there, our community is in support of our local police service. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I will be asking for a recorded vote. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this item? Councillor Hamilton.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I do have a point of information for Councillor Hutchinson regarding the 3,000 plus signatures, Councillor Hutchinson. How did you arrive at that number, if I may, through you, Mayor Robinson? Because when I did the math, the petition that was submitted, they provided the numbers, and those numbers added up to 2,247 signatures. So if I might just clarify in your motion, it says 3,000 plus signatures. Could you please just clarify that point, or is it something that council, we could amend and correct? Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, that may not be accurate. I didn't total, if you look at the online petition and the handwritten petition, I was thinking it was close to 3,000 signatures. The numbers may be off. And I know it was questioned by one of our citizens of how many of those were duplications, or maybe it was Councillor Townsend, or some from outside the area. I agree that it may not be totally accurate, but I think just in general, there's a real community concern and input from our community.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton?
No, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Hutchinson. And so I would move an amendment to your motion just to tidy up the math there, because council did receive as correspondence the petitions. Those numbers were provided from the folks who provided those petitions to council. And so I would like to move an amendment to your motion. So this would be paragraph 4, that we strike the 3,000, and that instead it would read 2,247 signatures. And that's just the total. That's not me going through and editing anything. So I'll move that amendment. I'd also like to, as part of my amendment, I'd like to strike the third paragraph. And I'll speak to that after as well. Thank you.
I will now go to Clerk Schrobeck to read back the amending motion and double check with the language from the mover and then seek a seconder.
Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hamilton. And Councillor Hamilton, I'll just check the wording with you, that the main motion regarding halting the police costing be amended by changing the total number of signatures in paragraph 4 from 3,000 to 2,447. Is that
2,247.
okay?
Thank you.
From 3,000 to 2,247, and that paragraph 3 regarding residents not being in favor of spending $80,000 be removed from the main motion. Is that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hergert, I seconding. Clerk Schrobeck, I will be asking for a recorded vote. Comments with regard to this amending motion only, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Hamilton, and then Councillor.
Right. So I don't have any problem with the changing. Like I could even live with if we change it to based on the petition signatures. I don't want to get hung up on numbers. I agree there may be some there that maybe shouldn't be there. I don't know that. I didn't do the research on that. But as far as the $80,000, it states, whereas many of our residents are also not in favor. I think if they signed that petition, they're also suggesting that. Maybe I'm presumptuous, but I think that's also that it's out there that people are not in favor of spending the $80,000. So that's why I put that in there. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton, then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Well, I appreciate if we could make this amendment regarding the signatures. And as I mentioned, that's just all the signatures that have been received, whether they're in town, out of town, just add up all the numbers. That's what it adds up to. Because unfortunately, these numbers take on a life of their own out in the community. And I'm hearing people say, we've had over 3,000 signatures, and that's just not true. That's not what this council received. And then in regards to the $80,000, that wasn't part of the petition. And also just the clarity of there's a miscommunication that we are spending $80,000 or the costing costs us $80,000. And that's also not true. The costing is free. Council has earmarked funds from reserves that we might choose to use to hire a consultant, but that's a decision to be made at a later date. So far, this costing is free. This does not mean that we will spend $80,000. So for that reason, just to clean it up, that's why I'm recommending we strike that sentence for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Pardon me. I'm anticipating going to you next. But thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I do seek clarity from Madam CAO because we have, as council, passed a resolution dealing with a consultant. And although the $80,000 is, I believe, from reserves, it is still taxpayers' money. but I just want clarity for all concerned. Could you provide that clarity, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. And I'll also defer to the Director of Finance. But you are correct. We passed a resolution that $80,000 has been allocated from reserves for the CAO to proceed and issue an RFP for a cost consultant. So that will happen.
Okay. Over to you, Councillor Townsend. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to support the amendment for a whole bunch of reasons. First of all, the 2247 is the maximum. When you go through it, I realize if you read Facebook, you'll see there's yet another condemnation of us trying to be honest and open by stating that there are so many repetitive signatures there are. Some people who signed up to 6 times because they signed it everywhere it was, and it gets amalgamated. Sorry, that's what happens. If you look at the handwritten one, sorry, before I leave the electronic one, there's also a comment that this is from people that may have lived here in the past or that have property here. There is no way on earth I can ever verify that, but I can tell you they're all over the place. They're from New York, they're from BC, they're from Florida, they're from California. I find that really hard. You'll find people online will jump on any type of survey or sort of event that maybe they think is being unfair. And that's not to diminish specifically the petition. It's a statement of fact, right? So when I went through that, if you take all of those out, you end up with 590 people that I can verify live in West Grey, even if it said, and this is another thing that is false on Facebook, is I included everything for Hanover, Elmwood, Grey Highlands, Mount Forest. Did I miss any? Any of the boundaries, because I can't say, because our mayor has a Hanover address, right? So if I'd seen your signature on there, there's no way I would have said that. We've got people that have signed under their parents' address that actually they live in Hanover. They don't live in West Grey. There's a game being played here by some individuals to make sure their name gets on it, and that's fine. Let them do that. But that doesn't mean the council should take it as gospel or that it's that kind of numbers. I get stopped all the time when I'm out at events, when I'm walking the street, in the grocery store. Thank you for doing that. It's about time the council did its fiduciary responsibility because costs are out of control. The third comment I have is that we are looking beyond, those of us that are voting to do this are looking beyond the number today. I don't think anyone's done the calculation of what happens if you add 8 more officers, which is the request.
We're dealing with the amendment.
I know we
so please stay focused on the amendment. It is amending the main motion.
I understand that.
All right, so I caution you.
Yeah, I'm going to link it to that.
I will mention it again if you go off focus.
Okay. So you're talking about 80,000, right, that they don't want us to spend. But by saying go ahead, we could be spending another 1.5 to 2 million for those other 8 officers. So if we don't find a way to get that service level in place, it's going to be a lot more. So that's why I can't support it. And it's not because I don't want to support police. I do support police. We support everything that goes on, every event. And so from that perspective, I have no choice but to say I can't support it amended or otherwise. So thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to mention you're incorrect. I do not have an address in Hanover. I have a mailing address in Hanover. I reside in West Grey proper and very proud to be in West Grey. So I'm just looking if there's any other comments. This is a recorded vote, and I will not be in favor of this amending motion. Over to you, Clerk Scharbeck.
Point of order, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you for that. And to your point of order, Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just had my hand to be recognized just to speak for the second time before.
Then, before we go to the recorded vote, please go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And thank you for the comments that we've heard. Just reflecting on Councillor Townsend's comments about the number of signatures, I too have concerns about the validity of the signatures, Councillor Townsend, and I was keeping that conversation separate and apart from, this is just a fact, how many signatures did we receive in total from the petitions? Because this motion, whether it passes or fails today, this motion will live on these minutes, and I think the community will then believe that we received 3,000 plus signatures, and we didn't. So I wanted to make that change. So I just wanted to further clarify that. I share the same concern as you, Councillor Townsend, but thought that we would discuss that later. Just wanted to correct the facts in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for identifying you needed to speak. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so there are a couple other speakers before the vote is called. I do see Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, just as far as removing, regardless of what the numbers are for the petition, but removing paragraph 3, this whole process has gone OPP costing, then to a consultant, which is $80,000, which is the taxpayers' money, and then to the public consultation. I believe that's how this was supposed to roll out. So the 80, regardless, it is the cost, because the consultant has always been part of this. So whether OPP is no charge, the 80,000 is a real number that is being charged to the taxpayers. I just wanted clarity on that because that was how the whole process was running. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, I would be in favor of amending the amendment if that case. I don't have a problem with taking out the number. The petition is in the agenda, so people can look it up for themselves if they want to count it or want us to dispute it. So I would be in favor of changing it so based on the petition signatures or signatures on the petition, it's evident that the citizens are not happy. Like that's all I'm saying. I threw that number in there. It may not be accurate. And if it's on the record, then if it's not accurate, then we should remove it. So I'd be in favor of amending the amendment on that part only.
Okay, over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, for the language on that, and then I'll seek a second.
Through Mayor, I'm not sure if an amendment to the amendment is required because the number is changed from 3,000 to 2,247. Did you want the number removed completely from the amendment? So moved by Councillor Hutchinson that the amending motion to amend the main motion regarding halting the police costing process be amended by removing quote, the number of signatures. The number 2,247 of signatures from the amending motion. I don't know, is that what you want to say? Is that you want to remove the number 2,247?
Yes, so it just states that based on signatures on the petition that are getting in. Yeah.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hamilton. Okay. Any questions on the amendment? Recorded vote, please go ahead. Clerk Scharbeck.
Who seconded that?
Order, Mayor. Sorry, this is not including the paragraph 3 with the 80,000, right? This is just talking about the numbers for the petition. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, that is. And as it's a recorded vote, as procedure, our clerk will read the motion and then do the recorded vote. Thank you for your clarity.
Through Mayor, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the amending motion to amend the main motion regarding the halting of the police costing process be amended by removing the number 2,247. And Mayor Robinson, are you ready to proceed with the vote? Okay. On this amending the amendment motion only, Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Councillor Shea? Oh, sorry, he's not here. Councillor Hergert?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend,
No.
and Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
In favor.
And that motion is carried. So we're now back to the amending motion.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm not sure what this point would be, but could we split this amendment into two parts? Because I sense there's support for one part and not the other part. So could we divide this amendment into two questions, please, if that's possible?
Well, we'll go to the clerk, but I believe
Okay.
there's only one portion of the item. Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the amending motion that we're dealing with, and then we'll get the response.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Hergert. This is the amending motion as amended. That the main motion regarding halting police costing be amended by removing the number of signatures, and that paragraph 3 regarding residents not being in favor of spending $80,000 be removed from the main motion.
Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I would like to, I had two pieces of information in there, and I'm hearing support for one and not the other. So my recommendation is I would like to request that we split that into two pieces, two questions.
Clerk Sharbeck, on the process for that.
That would be a motion if that's what our clerk requires, yes. Thank you.
Please go ahead. No, it's not a recorded motion. Yes, I do want to have it as recorded motion for everything on this. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton that the amending motion to amend the main motion regarding halting the police costing services be divided into two separate questions.
You're fine with that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this motion? Okay, I'm looking for a seconder first, and then you can ask a question. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So that one question would be to strike the number of the votes as suggested by Councillor Hutchinson. That'd be one question that we vote on. And the other one would be regarding striking paragraph 3 regarding the $80,000 costing. So splitting it into two questions because I hear some, yeah, just based on what I'm hearing from council. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for this motion? There is no seconder. So now, Clerk Sharbeck, could you take us to the main motion, please? I believe that's where we're at.
No, we're at the amending motion.
Pardon me.
The amending motion as amended, that the main motion regarding halting police costing be amended by removing the number of signatures, and that paragraph 3 regarding residents not being in favor of spending $80,000 be removed from the main motion. And Mayor Robinson has called for a recording vote. Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
I think I have this right. So you're saying that the amending motion is to remove paragraph 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, not in favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Townsend?
No.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
And sorry, that motion is defeated.
Yes. Clerk Sharbeck, if you could take us through the next process. Are we at the main motion now?
And through Mayor, we are back to the main motion as amended, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. So as it, would you like it all read?
Does anybody need the motion read? Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, that council reflect on the petition from our local citizens before us. And whereas from the public input, there is a real concern and fear with potential loss of our local West Grey Police Service to OPP. And whereas many of our residents are also not in favor of spending $80,000. Did we remove that? Oh, sorry, $80,000 on police costing. And whereas based on the 3,000 plus signatures, it is evident that our citizens are happy with and supportive of our West. You know what? We have to back up because we didn't. Oh no, it was all in one question and it was defeated. Sorry, I got myself mixed up. You look like you're wondering where we're at.
So we're just going to take a moment through the CAO and the clerk, and that's just fine. Thank you.
So we're back to reading the main motion.
Pardon me, I'm going to ask that we're paying attention to the clerk, please.
Whereas many of our residents are also not in favor of spending $80,000 on police costing, and whereas based on signatures, it is evident that our citizens are happy with and supportive of our West Grey Police Service. Therefore, based on the timing of this costing, a true analysis of our local service versus OPP service or any other police service cannot be done effectively before the next term of council. The next council deserves the opportunity to revisit this if they so desire. Now, therefore, I move that council halt the process of OPP and Owen Sound police costing and instead work with our West Grey Police Board and Police Service to continue providing the most efficient and effective police service possible. Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, you have a question?
Sorry.
I'm hopeful to make an amendment to the now therefore, please. Specifically, I would like that, or I would move that it's the last paragraph. Now therefore, I move that council halt the process of Owen Sound police costing so that we would continue on with OPP, but that we would actually halt the Owen Sound police costing. So the motion that I'm proposing is now therefore I move that council halt the process of Owen Sound police costing and instead work with our West Grey Police Board and OPP and Police Service to continue to provide the most efficient and effective service possible.
Councillor, I believe that to be not germane to the motion at hand. Clerk Scharbeck, I believe that to be a different motion altogether. Could you please rule on that?
I would say that is a significantly different motion altogether, but it can be a follow-up to this one. However this one is decided, carried or defeated, it could be a follow-up notice of motion to at the next meeting to change the OPP versus Owen Sound costing.
So
does that make sense? Yeah. Is that helpful at all or just not?
It does make sense. I also think that, Owen Sound may put.
Councillor, we're dealing with the main motion at hand. The clerk has identified that depending on how the main motion goes, we could have this as the next one if that happens to be the case. So we're dealing with the main motion at hand.
I'm dealing with this motion as it's written.
Yes,
And I'm trying to make an amendment to this motion.
but the clerk has identified that your motion could come after this motion if need be. Anything further on this, Councillor Hutchinson? Pardon me, excuse me for that. It was no disrespect intended. Councillor Townsend.
If you recall, I already have a notice of motion to do exactly that for the next meeting, so
Thank
I
you
just
for
wanted
that
to
clarity.
remind Council.
That's correct. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. I did have some comments. I haven't spoken to the main motion yet, so if I may share some comments.
Okay. I just want to identify, well, put you forward, Clerk Sherbuck.
Oh.
We're approaching the hour of 1 p.m. I'm wondering if we could maybe potentially suspend where we're at on this motion, get a motion to go beyond to 1:30 and then come back to this. Would that be an appropriate process if the council so chooses?
Yes, if you don't think this vote is going to be held in the next 4 minutes,
I don't.
then I would suggest that perhaps a motion to defer the vote on the motion as amended until such time as council has approved going past curfew.
Thank you. And I would hope council would address that. So moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Townsend. Any inquiries on that? I do appreciate this. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Motion carried. Thank you for that courtesy, one and all. We're dealing with the main motion. Back again, correct? Clerk Sherbuck?
Yes.
So, and now we could go to 1:30, and I'm now going to go over to Councillor Hamilton so that you could get your questions asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, for that. I'm sorry I didn't notice the time. That's perfect. Thank you. I did prepare a few comments regarding the notice of motion today from Councillor Hutchinson. I wanted to share how I've had some really wonderful conversations in the community with a variety of community members who share different perspectives, concerns and questions. And what I really value about having those conversations is we can get into more information and context, and I can really listen to what some of the concerns are. I must say, not every citizen feels comfortable sharing their point of view publicly. And I've had some citizens share with me in their own words like, I feel too intimidated or I feel too vulnerable to share a point of view that's anything contrary to Save West Grey Police. Those are the words from citizens, not mine, those feelings. This council represents the diversity of our community, and we're seeing a diversity of points of view up here on council. Citizens are encouraging our council to work together. In particular, after last council meeting, I received a lot of feedback. Things like work together, pull in the same direction, actively listen to each other. I'm so glad we're back in council chambers. I feel like I can actively listen even better here in person. We must work together as a council to promote dialogue and not division. Unfortunately, in regards to this petition, I do have a few concerns. Unfortunately, this petition does not provide background information. Even something like the original motion is not included in this petition. The motion that's approved by this council speaks of, and I quote, the outstanding quality of policing provided by West Grey Police Service. And the original motion also speaks to council's commitment to fiscal responsibility. As a councillor, I can both value West Grey Police Services and value affordability. I can hold both of those, and I can hold space for dialogue and information, and those are both true. We do not have to be polarized. We do not have to be picking teams. It's okay to save space and hold space for information, and that's what this council has moved forward to doing. On a closer look at the online petition in particular, almost 50% of the signatures are not from West Grey. I'm being very generous. I did not count the surrounding areas. As Councillor Townsend mentioned, like I have a Priceville mailing address, for example. So we had signatures from coast to coast, from Florida to BC to Northwest Territories. The final online signature was signed by, and I quote, Poop Butt. That demonstrates that online petitions are not reliable, and many governments don't accept online petitions from change.org for this reason. So to summarize, Council has not made a decision to change to OPP, but is requesting information from the OP and now also Owen Sound Police Services. And this process is well underway. Should we move forward with hiring a consultant, I would ask the consultant also be tasked with sharing their findings and engaging our community. I'd like just to close, Mayor Robinson, my comments by sharing a part of a conversation I had with a community member who, after a long dialogue, said to me, "I don't know how you do what you do. I don't know how you make a decision. I see both points of view." And that's exactly where we're at right now. It's not our job right now to make a decision. It's our role right now to hold space for the information and promote dialogue. As a member of council working for my community, our community, I value West Grey Police Services and I have a concern for affordability. Our budget this year was a 6.6% increase, the second highest in Grey County. And so I want to emphasize that the only decision council has made is to seek more information. We have not made a decision to go with OPP. Our community is not forgotten. We are not rushing into a decision without you. We are gathering information, and once the information is gathered, shared, our community engaged, we'll move forward in confidence. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And just a follow-up, thank you very much for your view on that, Councillor Hamilton. I too have had several people in the community have stopped me, and a little different on the other side of looking in. So, and that's fine. I'm not going to sit here and deliver a long speech on that. The one thing that you did say that I really want to make sure, because it's not that we're divided, we're all trying to work together and come to a conclusion here, that's fine, is that the final decision, and you just said that, will actually go to the community, which is that's where I believe we should have started, was with the community first before we got here, but that's fine. But the final decision should go back to the citizens, and that's what you've just said, and I will support that statement there. Thank you.
Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak? Councillor Herger.
I've also had many discussions with people in our community. I've had interest from outside of our community, from communication outlets, newspapers, radio shows, TV. I don't feel that that is my arena. This is our arena where we make these decisions. I believe that the head of our council has been invited and offered opportunities to communicate with the public via these same channels, like radio, TV, newspaper. And that is an opportunity, but again, this may be the form that we all choose to have these discussions. In listening to the public, I also realize that I'm not the most vulnerable person in my community. In fact, we are the leaders of our community. And in saying that, there have been people that have phoned my home that have said that I should specifically look at Doug Hutchison's motion for today and seriously consider it, or people will get hurt. People will get hurt. Physically hurt? No, not physically hurt, but people will get hurt. That is intimidation. Even if it's not from that specific person in the public, there's communications out there with members of the public. And if this is the feeling, the genuine concern, fear, intimidation, these emotional discussions that have taken place regarding policing, we as council need to stand up and to be aware of our options, that I won't be strong-armed on policing, whether it be budget, whether it be integrity commissioner, threats from members of our service. I have not stood up before for myself. Now it's beyond myself, it's my family. When we go out into the public and have these discussions, And I am all open ears. Let's hear what you have to say. Maybe in that dialogue and that discussion amongst community members, maybe we actually see the other side and we can validate some of the items that are being brought forward. But also that there's a genuine concern for affordability of our policing and whether or not we can afford the police building for 30 years, if we can't afford the service for unknown amount of time. Halting the police costing, I will not be supportive of this. As a member of council, I need to be impartial. I need to consider what is best for our community, not trying to divide our community in any way. This is really a discussion around if we put, as a politician, if we put too many resources in one basket, the other basket is neglected. We can't do that. We have to provide services across the board, fire, police, on and on. I say this because I want it really documented in time that when I spoke up and said, this is intimidation, this makes me concerned for my family, that we are embarking on.
Councillor Hergert.
Would you like to interrupt?
Councillor Hergert, I'd like just to focus on the motion at hand. Okay, is there?
So I won't be supportive of this.
All right.
I'd like to work strongly with our board. We've asked that. I'm not the most vulnerable person in the community, but when I'm treated like this, I can't imagine what the most vulnerable people in our community feel like. For that reason, I am seeking an OPP costing for the standardization of policing, for the removal of some subjectivity in our community, that we're just policing the law. I'll leave my comments.
Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to point out that we talk about numbers and we talk about what we're doing and we talk about why we're doing it. And a lot of it is abstract. I'd like to give you some numbers that'll blow your mind. We use $1.5 million against our tax levy to reduce the tax levy. And that grant from the provincial government can be used anywhere. It's not guaranteed. We've seen the number change almost $100,000 over the last 4 years. And what I mean by that is it fluctuates every year within 100,000 right now.
Excuse me, Councillor Townsend, are you talking OMPF funding?
Yes, I am.
Well, we need to stick to the motion at hand, please.
I am.
So we're dealing with the language that is in this motion. We're not dealing with OMPF funding. So
I didn't say that.
Specifically, yeah, but pardon me. Yes, but you're dealing with the funding issue. I don't want to go any further on it. Will you just speak to the motion at hand, please?
I am trying to do that, Madam Mayor. Please bear with me.
Be at the motion at hand.
It is. The motion is asking us to walk away from the decision to do the OPP costing. What I'm giving you is justification as why that I will not do that. And the reason I will not do that is we already are 1.5 million from a grant that could go away at any point, could be used anywhere. We already cannot pay through the tax levy for our services that are charged against the tax levy or funded by the tax levy. If for some reason that changed, we're in trouble. If that went away, we're in trouble. We have to look at that and we have to look at what we can't do because some services claim more dollars than others. That is what, if you read Facebook, we have never said is the claim, and that is not true. We have said this over and over again. That is my reasoning for not supporting dropping it, to keep doing it. We need to make sure we can be fiduciary responsible as well as that we can be able to pay our bills regardless of what the province does to us. And we're not there yet. And we need to keep moving towards that. And this will be one step towards that. Thank you.
I think everybody has opportunity to speak. Clerk Sharback, please. I just want to go to Clerk Sharback and then over to you.
I was just going to recap where we were at with the amendments and where we landed.
All right. Councillor Hutchinson.
I would just like to say that I think part of the issue that we have here is we got things sort of backwards. I think we should have come out with the education, the information piece first. And then once we have that information, then we start looking at what are the alternates. And then we go to the public. I think by making a decision to go ahead with the OPP costing before we had all the information, before we knew where we were, before we knew what our services were and what we need to have, and then the public become upset because they felt that we didn't ask for their input. So I think because of the process, the way we went about it, that's why we're getting the pushback. I just want to make sure we get it right, and that's why I think it's a decision that can be postponed until we have more public input, and that being through election. Thank you.
I'm going to go to you, Clerk Sharbuck. Everybody's had an opportunity to speak. Over to you, Clerk Sharbuck.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Just to clarify, the main motion has not been amended. An amending motion was amended to remove the number 2,247, but that motion to amend the main motion was defeated. So the main motion is exactly as it stands in your agendas.
And recorded vote.
So are we ready to vote? Okay, Mayor Robinson has requested a recorded vote on the main motion to halt the costing. Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Hamilton?
No.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend, not in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
And that is a tie vote, so the motion is defeated.
We're now moving on to 14.2, Notice of Motion, AMO Board of Directors Election. This is a motion that I am moving, so I'm transferring the chair to Councillor, pardon me, to Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. So I would like to read my motion, but
Go ahead, Mayor Robinson, and I do take the chair.
you assume the chair. Moved by Mayor Robinson that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby supports Mayor Christine Robinson seeking election on the 2022-2024 AMO Board of Directors Rural Caucus. And I would very much appreciate support for this.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And could I get a seconder? And Councillor Hamilton, you'll be seconding that? Okay, Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion and I'll go for comments and questions, please?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, moved by Mayor Robinson and seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey hereby supports Mayor Christine Robinson seeking election on the 2022 to 2024 AMO Board of Directors Rural Caucus.
Thank you, Clerk Sharbuck. Comments or questions from council members? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote down. All those in favor? I see, 5 members in favor. Those opposed? 1 opposed. That motion's carried 5-1. Thank you. And the chair back to you, Mayor Robinson.
Thank you. And thank you, members of council, for supporting that. We're dealing with item 15, announcements. In accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, comments are not debatable, nor shall they introduce new business. Comments shall be limited to 5 minutes per council member. I'm going to go first, if you don't mind. We did have a summit at AMO, and there was a 2-day summit, which was on climate action. And when I speak of climate action, I automatically refer to you, Councillor Hamilton, and I know it's all of council too, but you're my default, if you will, for that. And energy. And I was more than pleased to MC that. I also want to let you know that with regard to Roma, we have, and I announced this at one of our council meetings, that Roma, through a consultant, have put together a resiliency report with a number of recommendations that deal with broadband, affordable housing, just to name a few, that I've put forward to council for your information. There's going to be zone meetings, and you would have received that information in your email box. And it talks about the different zones. We're in zone 2, but there's an opportunity to go to different meetings. When and if you're able to attend one of those meetings, that would be most helpful. And I'll be putting that report on for information. There's a lot of information to look at with regard to the watch file and the website. And I just wanted to provide that information. A lot going on, and we have the AMO conference, which will be in person this year. The information is and the program is being developed, but I can guarantee it will be an exciting program for one and all. So that's just the type of announcement I would like to make. I'm just going to open it up. I'm going to look to members of council on my right if there's any announcements. Seeing none, over to my left, any announcements? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to be aware, I don't think it's official yet, but I believe on April 12th, there is going to be an opportunity to meet with the Blue Water School Board at, I believe it's 7. That's yet to be confirmed. I think they're meeting tonight as well to finalize that up. So I know in the past that's conflicted with our council meetings, I believe. And hopefully that doesn't, right, this particular time. So assuming it's held, I obviously will go, being a member of the Community Schools Alliance and also a member of council, because you want to hear what they're doing and what their goals are and sort of what their plans are. So I just thought I'd share that with the rest of council. And
Absolutely.
I'll confirm if it's actually there, if we don't get an announcement otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Not seeing anyone else. Just do a second look. Okay, so now we are on item 16. Let me look at the time. Okay, item 16, and it's 1:16. This is the closed session, and you'll remember that 7.5 as well as 7.6 have also been included in this section. We have to be very cognizant of the time. But item 16, Clerk Sharbuck, to the motion at hand. Recommendation, rather.
The recommendation is that, actually it's the first recommendation as well to go into closed session, that the Council of the Municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 1:17 p.m. with the CAO, Director of Administration Clerk, Director of Finance Treasurer, Legislative Coordinator for the purposes of addressing personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees.
Yes, I'd be looking for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. A seconder, Deputy Mayor. Any questions with regard to the motion at hand? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All members of council voted in favor. That motion is carried. We will now go into our closed session. And with that, the staff that have been identified can stay. We're staying in here. Is that right? So thank you, Bob. We'll see you again at another meeting. I'll talk to you about that. And absolutely, we'll get a county connect. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. We're now going to go into closed session, one and all. Bye. Thank you very much. So we are now on item 17, and I'm just going to report under the closed session. So I'd like to report that we had just dealt with items that for the purpose of addressing personnel matters, identifiable individuals, including municipal employees, was the reason we went in for the in-camera session. And now we are on to item 18, adjournment. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 1:24 p.m. to meet again on April 5th, I'm on my wrong agenda. April 19th, 2022 at, it is at April 5th this afternoon at 2:30 or at the call of the chair. Sorry, that was confusing.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, and seconder Councillor Townsend. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. That motion has carried by council. Any member of council and staff that wish to come outside, we are doing a flag raising. It's the Ukrainian flag that we'll be raising here at the Westray